Before I get going though, does anybody have any questions about stuff we covered last week?
Yes, I definitely.
Gregory had a question. I wanted to just, as an aside, we're gonna have a table, we have a smaller table this time, but I just want to note that Lucretia, Coffee, and me, how are you? Lucretia's got the right attitude. She gave me a bunch of her business cards. They're right there. But I'd like to have a table that features stuff from any of your businesses. So if you have business cards, flyers, anything, we'll set up a table every week so everybody can see everybody else's stuff. Okay? Greg, I'm sorry, what were you gonna ask?
One of the steps of building the business,
80 steps?
yes, is to interview at least 30 people. I guess it's because you want to have a sense of, is there a need out there for the business that you're thinking of starting? 30 people sounds like a lot of people.
Yeah.
To interview. So I put out a feeler on my Facebook page to see what kind of response I would get. Is that one of the ways that you would
I think that's a good idea.
recommend?
Yeah, I think reaching out to people through social media. So Greg's asking about one of the steps, the 80 steps. Why go talk to 30 prospective customers? It's all about need and understanding customer needs, and what you're gonna learn when we get to it is markets are made up of market segments. You have different audiences for your product or service, and those different audiences. Think about, I don't know, Chase Bank, right? When Chase Bank does its marketing, it doesn't market one way to everybody. It has different market segments. So it may market differently to young professional working women than it markets to senior citizens. It emphasizes different products and services depending on the target market. So talking to 30 customers is about trying to start to understand how the market breaks down. They're not all the same. All those customers may fall into different categories. And you're going to learn a rule. We'll talk about it and it'll make sense when we talk about it. But if you take all the customers that you think are potential prospects in the marketplace, there's an 80-20 rule. 20% of your sales will come from, 80% of your sales will come from 20% of those customers.
Yep.
So you can waste a lot of time with customers they're never going to buy from.
Right.
And that's why talking to customers and starting to understand different groups or categories of customers with different sort of price sensitivity, different kind of needs becomes important. So, but we'll take a deep dive into all of that. Today is about the numbers. And there are folks in this room that love the numbers. They're a small minority. There are a lot of people in here who are like, numbers. That scares me. That worries me. I'm intimidated by the numbers. They don't make sense to me or whatever. So this sounds a little trite, but if you go to France, does it help to learn to speak a little French?
Yes, it does. It does not. Not.
If you go to country, it helps to speak the language.
Yes.
The language of business is the numbers. The language of business is accounting. It's a language. And so we want you to not become an expert accountant. Don't need to. But the entrepreneur needs to know what the numbers are telling her. The numbers speak to you if you know how to hear them, how to listen to them. So what I'm asking you is to take your fears or phobias about the numbers and just set them aside for a couple hours. Trust me, and I can make them make sense to you. But you gotta take a shot at it. You gotta take a chance at it. Not just, oh, it's numbers. I immediately start mentally blocking. I hear you, Dr. Morris, but I got no clue what you're saying because I'm not really listening because you're talking about numbers. So, it is a language. And so one of the things, and this is just for your help, not to overwhelm you, but one thing that became apparent as we ran this program the first few years is this language that the numbers represents is a foreign language to most of us. And so what we've done is tried to take all the terms that are used in finance and accounting, not the esoteric terms, but basic terms, like what's an asset, and define them for you. So this first handout is 2 sheets. Make sure you get both sheets. And Sue, are you leaving? We're going to pass these out to you. There's 2 sheets. But we took 36 key terms and laid out simple explanations. You don't have to memorize these terms, but they're helping you get going. Now, the conversation today is going to be broken into 2 parts. Okay? 2 parts of the discussion. Because that's how the numbers work in business. The accountants used to talk about cost accounting and financial accounting. That's the difference, but you don't need to know those terms. But I don't want you to confuse part A with part B. So just assume 2 distinct conversations. First conversation we're going to have is how to understand your costs, the costs in your business. And what do the costs need to tell you? Well, amongst other things, how many sales do you have to break even? Break even is the point where you cover all your costs. Not making any money yet, but you're covering all your costs. So how much sales do I have to break even? Does that sound like a practical question? Yes. Okay. So the first part is about understanding your costs, understanding your break even, how many units or sales you have to break even, and the logic of profit in your business. The logic of how you make a profit in your business. Does that sound Intimidating?
No.
Let me show you how easy it is, if you just let it be. How does a grocery store make money? But by the way, I said there's 2 conversations today. You received 2 sets of slides when you checked in. Those go in tab 2, second week. And we'll give you some more stuff to add as we go today. How does a grocery store make money? Yes?
Always by buying in bulk.
They buy in bulk. They do that, yeah? Yes?
By putting certain products like as you check them out.
Okay, they do some of that that's called merchandising. Let's put certain things by the checkout. Let's put candy bars by the checkout counter, yeah? And batteries or whatever, yeah? They do a lot of marketing, for sure. But just think about the logic of how they make money in a grocery store.
By making sales?
They gotta sell stuff.
Mark up the price.
But they have to take into consideration exactly like what their overhead is part of
What their
employee.
overhead, well, we'll talk about what overhead is, yeah?
Mark up the price.
Here we go. Mark up the price.
Absolutely.
What do you mean?
If they pay 25 cents for it, they'll sell it for 50 cents and make it.
So they look at their cost. Make sure you understand the difference between cost and price, right? Cost is what it costs you to make your product or service. Price is what you sell it for, right? And what she said was, can't see that. What it said was, grocery store takes what it costs them to buy stuff, they mark it up and set a price, right? So the question I'm asking you, Yolanda, is how much does the grocery store mark it up? Not much at all.
Really?
Not much at all. A grocery store makes a small, we call it a margin, your profit margin on each item you sell. They make a small margin on everything they sell. So their markup is not very much. So if they're not marking it up very much, how do they make money?
By selling a
4
lot.
or 5.
By selling a lot of it. Yeah, what happens at a grocery store? Well, a person doesn't just come in and buy an apple or buy a can of soup. A person comes in and buys $100 worth of stuff. And a lot of people come in and do that. Do you see the picture?
Yes.
How does a grocery store make money?
People buy it their favorite.
Low margin, but high volume. That's the logic of how a grocery store makes money. Low margin, they don't make much on each unit they sell, but they sell a lot of units. Does that make sense?
So I said again, low margin.
Low margin, not much money on each unit, but they sell a lot of stuff. High volume.
High volume.
Does everybody get that?
Yes.
Okay, if you get that, how does a jewelry store make money?
Ha, same way.
Explain that. That's exactly right. He said low volume, high margin, the exact opposite of a supermarket, a grocery store. Explain that, Ken.
So they would make less sales, but make more profit on each sale.
They don't sell a lot of diamond rings in a given week. But how much do they mark up a diamond ring? By the way, the grocery store's markup is 1 to 2%. Very small. What do you think the markup is at a jewelry store? How much do they mark up over their cost? 300. 300%. So they're taking what they paid for the diamond ring, marking it up 300%, That's the price. Do you understand how a jewelry store makes money?
Yeah.
High,
Markup.
Markup.
high margin,
Low volume.
low volume. Do you see each of those, the logic of profit in their business is different. One, we make profit by not making much on a unit, but selling a lot of units. The other one, we don't have as many sales in a day, but on each sale, we make a lot of money. Are you with me? Everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm over at Notre Dame, and it's been a long day, and I'm tired. It's the end of the day. I need a beer. I need a beer. And so I go across the street to a somewhat dodgy sort of place. Nice enough. Called the Linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
Linebacker. And I go in and I sit down at the bar at the Linebacker, and I say to the bartender, give me a beer. He said, what do you want? I said, I'll take a Budweiser. So he pours me a 12-ounce glass of Budweiser. He says, that'll be $2. I pay the $2, drink my beer, go on my way. I only had one beer, so I drive home. But that night, I have to go to a function. I hate functions. I'm not a function guy. But it's a function that's important. Have to go to a function. So I go home. I only own one suit. And I call it my function suit. So I put my function suit on. And I get in the car, and I drive about an hour to this fancy, elegant resort hotel where the function is. And I'm thinking, gosh, I don't want to go to this function. I'm gritting my teeth, function. And I pull my car up to this hotel, walk. And so at the last minute, I go that way into the lobby bar.
Oh, boy.
And I sit down in the lobby bar, and I order up. The bartender's, unlike the Linebacker, the bartender says, sir, what will it be? And I say, I'll take a Bud. And he serves up in a chilled glass, a 12-ounce glass of Budweiser beer. And he says, sir, that will be $8.70.
Right.
$8.70. Now, here's the key to being an entrepreneur. you need to be learning from everything.
Yeah, that's true.
You need to be, when you see people buying things, I mean, don't get weird. But watch it.
Yeah.
See how people behave. See how people make choices. Study customers. See the questions they ask. See the concerns they seem to express. So look at this example and tell me why it's a fascinating example.
Yes.
You're paying for the.
Well, first off, there's two big lessons from my story about the bar.
You went to a function, some functions are probably not all the time.
Well, there's that, but that's a slightly different issue.
Okay.
The
It has nothing to do with the function, it had to do with that lobby bar.
The higher the price, the nicer the night.
The higher the price, the nicer the night. Yeah, it's true.
Don't buy from a hotel.
Don't. Yeah,
They probably know that people have money and spending money in that.
they do know that. But what's interesting, first of all, is
They probably have higher operating costs.
Yes.
And the details that they put into that drink.
yeah, but I don't want you to focus on the cost. But it's a good point, yes?
The atmosphere.
I didn't want an experience. I just didn't want to go to the function, and I wanted a beer. So you're right, some people may be getting an experience, I wasn't. I was just escaping. The first thing that should fascinate you is that the same customer, in a couple of hour period, paid $2.0860 for the exact same thing. That should tell you a big lesson about entrepreneurship. Your price is not about your costs.
Location.
Your cost is not about what it costs you to make it. Your price is about the amount of value you're creating for customers. Because the same customer will pay two different prices for the same thing. Now here's the second lesson. The second lesson is, how is the linebacker making money? They don't make much per beer because they're charging a low price, but what is that place, the whole business model is based on what? College students coming in there between 9 and
Whatever.
whatever, and
Drink.
those college students just sort of sip their beer,
No,
Drink. Chug.
pounding beers.
Yeah.
So linebackers' approach is
Volume.
high volume, low margin. Okay, now let's go to the fancy hotel bar, right? Do they want people in there pounding beers?
No.
No, they don't. Their whole model is,
Low volume.
we don't sell that many beers in a night, but we make a lot of money on each one. The reason I'm using that example is those two businesses buy their beer from same supplier, same cost. But one's charging $8.50, one's charging $2. It's because one is a high margin, low volume business, the other is a high volume, low margin business. The question I'm asking is, what are you? High margin and low volume will work. High volume, low margin will work. If you could ever be in a situation of high,
Ah.
I want to be your friend.
Hey,
Because you're going to make a lot of money. Who charges high volume, gets high volume, and charges high prices?
Super Bowl commercial.
Who said Apple? The phones. They make those phones in China. It costs them less than $100 to make the phone,
Man.
sell the phone for
$1,000.
$1,000.
Man.
So it's a high margin business, and
Next one, get some stock in here.
that's nirvana. Could ever be in that situation, and Apple has more cash than the US government.
Uh-huh.
So, what's the problem with a lot of our businesses? Low.
Yeah.
I told you the story of the lady who makes baby bibs. It's labor intensive. She can only make 5 in a day. If she spends all day, 5 days a week making baby bibs, meaning she's not doing any bookkeeping, not doing any marketing, no matter what, her volumes are low. But she can't afford big, expensive equipment, fancy technology that would allow her to produce a couple thousand in a day. So her volumes are low, but her cost per completed one is fairly high, and her price is too low. So she ends up with low margins and low volumes. Are you starting to see it?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Or you just saying?
Yes.
Okay. So, Kyla, good morning. You just ate something? Okay, I'll pick on Katrina. Katrina. Now she's gonna give me something to eat. Katrina, tell me about your business. When do you start?
So I founded a nonprofit organization that serves the youth.
Okay, nonprofits are a little different. I can talk to you about nonprofits, but I don't want to use that example right now. Alicia, what do you do?
I sell baked goods.
You sell baked goods. Okay, what's the name of the business?
818 cakes and
818, you don't sound very proud of that. 818 cakes and
pastries.
pastries. 818 cakes and pastries. What are we thinking she ought to be doing?
Change the name.
Oh, the name's fine.
Sample.
Bringing in samples would be good. Yeah, bringing in samples. Oh, yeah. There are no rules here.
That's the deal. Make sure you get it.
And what else should she be doing?
Dang.
You should be bugging me and saying, how come you didn't buy my pastries? Put them back in the room.
Hey, that's a
You gotta be proactive, you gotta push, you gotta always be selling. So, with your pastry business, what's your profit approach? Is it high, medium, or low volume? Is it high, medium, or low margin?
It's probably high margin, low volume.
So you're not able to sell that many cakes and pastries each day, but you try to charge a fairly high price relative to what it costs you to make a cake.
Right.
Okay? Fine. That's what I'm encouraging each of you to be thinking. What's the logic of the way I'm going to be making money in my business? Okay. To understand margin, when I say margin, I'm talking profit margin per unit, per sale, per thing you sell, right? If you're in medical transport, what do you charge to take somebody to the doctor, and what's it cost you to take somebody to the doctor? How much profit do you make on each sale, right? To understand margin, you have to understand cost. So that's what we're going to start with. We're going to talk about costs. And I want you to stop at these fancy surroundings. I didn't get any value out of the fancy surroundings. I didn't get any value out of the experience. It's kind of like, if I was a doctor, right, and you had a appendix attack, right, and normally to take out your appendix is a $5,000 procedure, right? But you have your appendix attack on the front steps of my office, right? So you're on the ground writhing in pain from, how much would you pay me? Whatever it is. Doesn't matter what the going marketplace is, you're sitting there saying, hell, Mike, I paid you $20,000 to take the damn thing out, right? That's all I'm saying is in the second scenario, the nature of my need was different than the nature of my need when I went into the dive bar. Good question. So,
Pay for what you want.
well, the message is price is a statement of value, not a statement of cost. Your price is a statement of how much value you're creating. So, and I'll talk about that. We'll have a whole section on pricing. But if we think about a bowling alley, I mentioned a bowling alley, okay? How does a bowling alley make money? First of all, what does a bowling alley sell?
Shoes.
They provide game, you charge you for a game, right? At 10, what are they called?
10 pins.
10 frames, right? So there's a flat fee, let's say $6 for a game. That, each of your major product areas, we're going to call a revenue driver. A revenue driver. So how many revenue drivers does a bowling alley have?
Like three.
3. They sell games, they rent shoes, and they have a snack bar. Okay? So there are 3 revenue drivers. Everybody see that? 3 revenue drivers are, if you want to call them product lines, service lines, but 3 revenue drivers. Each of you should be thinking, in my business, how many revenue drivers do I have, or will I have? If I was a surfboard shop, I might sell longboards, surfboards, shortboards, boogie boards, and wax, board wax. So I have 4 revenue drivers. Bowling alley has 3. Now let's think about the bowling alley and think about, you don't just, see, we had an entrepreneur a couple years ago, wonderful woman. But she thought, the more stuff I have to sell, the better. Some of you think that way. The more things I have to sell, the better. No. So she sold lip balm, like flavored lip balms that she would make. Okay? That's a nice business. Branding and selling lip balm. But she also sold eyelashes. And somewhere along the way, she came up with a little machine. Got it from somebody who's getting rid of it, I guess. And she does screen printing of t-shirts. She thinks the more stuff I have to sell, the better. What's the problem with her 3 revenue drivers? They don't have jack to do with each other. They have totally different audiences. I mean, there may be the occasional person who'll buy lip balm that wants some eyelashes, but they're totally different needs, totally different markets. And so, any effort she puts into marketing and selling the lip balm, it's time she's not selling
T-shirts.
the other stuff. What does she need to do?
Pick one, pick a niche.
Pick the one that has the most potential and double down on that and do it really well. Instead of doing mediocre at a little this, a little this, a little this. So, at the bowling alley again, let's think about those 3 revenue drivers. The games themselves. The games themselves. We charge $6 for a game. Okay? What kind of margin, profit margin, do you think we make on the games? Low?
I think it's high.
No, she's closer, but it's not even low, it's negative.
Really?
They lose money on the games. Why? Because it costs so much to maintain the alleys, to do all the maintenance on the pin machine, the thing that throws the ball so the ball comes back to you. And they have to polish and wax, and there's a lot of money spent on the games. They actually don't make a profit on the games. The shoes, they make a profit, but it's a pretty small profit. Why? Well, if you only had to have an inventory of the most popular shoe sizes, that'd be fine. But you gotta have all the shoe sizes, right? So you gotta carry all these shoes. People are wearing them with their nasty feet. And so you're having to spray them and clean them all the time and replace them all the time. Or some guy just walks out wearing it, whatever. They make a little profit on the shoe rental. They make no profit on the games. So where do they make all their money? The snack bar. Okay, I can tell you definitively, 70% of their revenue and 95% of their profit is coming from the snack bar. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, be an entrepreneur and tell me a smart strategy now that you understand the numbers. The numbers tell us we lose money on this thing, we make a little profit on this thing, we make a ton of profit on this thing. Tell me what to do. Yeah. Let's not change the scenario. You're just going to confuse people. I'm being very serious here. If you want to learn things, let's not talk about, assume they have 3 revenue drivers. Assume that's how it works. Each of you has so many revenue drivers in your business. Your nonprofit has so many revenue drivers. So, tell me how a smart entrepreneur would take the numbers and come up with a smart strategy for running the business.
Get people to stay longer.
Get people to stay longer to eat more. Great idea.
Higher profit food items and
Don't want to. I'm not changing any of that. That's a good idea too. Let's jack up the price on the food. I don't need to do that in this case.
Charge more.
That's what he just said. I said no. Keep charging what we're charging right now. Tell me what to do.
Put a bundle together.
Like, make a deal, how many games you can play, you get like,
Free game.
Free game. Try to tie promotions related to the games to the food. What's that called? When you use one product to sell another product.
Cross promotion.
It's called what?
Cross-selling.
It is cross-selling, it's called a bundling. Using a bundling strategy, that's a nice idea. Who does that? Have you watched all those irritating insurance commercials? Buy the house, insurance, and We'll give you a deal on the car insurance. Or buy our cell phone and we'll also provide you with
Free Netflix.
internet and
Free Netflix.
Yeah. Amazon Prime.
internet, free cell phone and
Cable.
cable. Yeah, that bundle those three. Yeah, you can bundle. Let's go back to the bowling alley. What do the numbers tell me? I make a lot of money on the food, make a little money on the shoes, don't make much money in profit on the games. So, yeah.
Maybe a tournament?
Ah, excellent. Why do I have tournaments? I have 10 lanes. That means I can have so many people out there at a time bowling. Why do I have tournaments? Why do I have leagues? Why do I have competitions amongst all the companies in town?
To bring people to the alley to eat.
My whole goal is if I can put 20 teams out there at a time, then I want 20 more teams waiting.
And they're eating.
Because while they're waiting, what are they doing?
Eating.
They're eating. So that's the whole strategy for making money in the business. But the numbers drive it, understanding where you make your profit. Okay? So, to understand all of this, we're going to look at revenue drivers, we're going to look at your costs, we're going to figure out what your margins are. And so, let's start with costs. Costs. In the world of business, we take all the costs that you will have in your business, and we put them into two piles. So I would encourage each of you, for your business, you just take a sheet of paper and draw a line down the middle, put variable costs in one column, fixed costs in the other column. So we split costs into variable costs and fixed costs. Okay? That's what the first thing each of you needs to do. Split all your costs into variable costs and fixed costs. Okay? It's not that one's better or worse than the other. They're just categories of costs. So let's start with variable costs. You got to sort of follow the logic here and then it'll make sense. Variable costs. Any cost you have that... No, don't use the word change because all your costs will change over time. That's the confusing part. Variable costs are costs that vary with the number of units you produce or sell. Costs that vary, and here's the key, costs that vary in direct proportion to the number of units you produce or sell. What's a variable cost?
Very simple cost.
Vary in direct proportion to how many units you produce or sell. So Renee, what's your business? Child care. Okay. In her child care, does she have any variable costs?
Yes.
A variable cost in a child care business would be costs related to how many children she serves in a day. Okay? She does her daycare at a place that she rents. She has to pay rent. Does that rent vary with how many kids come in each day?
No.
It does not. It's not a variable cost. She provides the children with food each day. There's snack time, there's lunch, is the food vary with how many kids come in each day?
Yes.
It's a variable cost.
Yes.
Any cost that she has, it varies with, in her case, how many kids she has. So this is a service business. Your businesses will either be product businesses or service businesses, or both. This is a service business. Mario, what do you do?
Mario.
Mario. I thought he was gonna. Mario.
Messed it up last
That's a
week.
mind man.
Messed it up last week.
And I'll mess it up next week. But
Yeah.
I'll try. Mario, what do you do?
So I'm in the micromobility industry. I rent out shared mobility electric scooters and bikes.
Ah, okay. So in Mario's case,
Do I forget your name now?
I will. I'm terrible with names, but with Mario's business, what's a variable cost?
The type of products for the
Oh,
children.
He rents these things out, right?
Mhm.
Well, when people pay, he uses one of those little things you attach to your phone, square to scan credit cards.
Merchant processing.
And what?
Merchant processing fee.
There's a merchant processing fee per transaction. That would be a variable cost to Mario's business. Okay? That's what I want you to be thinking right now. In my business, what varies with how much I produce or sell and what doesn't. Okay? So, a variable cost, as I've said, changes in direct proportion to how many units you produce or sell. So, here's a big problem in a lot of your businesses. What, for most of you, or many of you, is your biggest variable cost?
The production for me.
If you have a home health care or a home, one of these home nursing home health care businesses, we've got a couple of those in the program, where the business is about going to people's houses and ensuring they're taking their meds, maybe taking them to the grocery store, maybe making lunch for them.
Transportation would be.
Daily activities, yeah. So if that's the business, what's your biggest variable cost?
Gas.
Cost is something you spend money on. So client is the cost. Huh?
Gas.
Gas? No, that's not your biggest. What's your biggest variable cost? It's the one many of you are leaving out of your calculations. What? Who just said wage?
Yeah.
Your labor is not free. Your labor is a real cost in your business. Many of you are assuming I'm free. It's stuff I have to take out of my pocket and pay for that I'm worried about. No, you need to factor your labor into your costs. You need to value your labor. Even if you just make a simple assumption of $15 an hour is the value, even if you know you're worth more than that. But that's the key variable cost. Does everybody get variable costs? So the key variable costs in most businesses are direct labor, hourly labor. I'm not talking about salaries, I'm talking about hourly labor and materials. If I have a wedding dress store, right, what's my biggest variable cost? I don't make the wedding dresses, I buy them and then sell them in my store. So my biggest variable cost is the cost of the wedding dresses.
Yeah.
The cost of the wedding dresses. Who does not understand variable cost? It's okay. What's your business? Huh?
A lash business?
A lash business. So you work from home or do you have a premise?
I work from home.
So She has a lash business and she works from home. So what's her principal variable cost? I can't hear you. She's selling lashes.
So I do both. I offer lashes and
She sells them and applies them. What's her principal variable cost? Her own labor and the lashes. She has to buy the lashes from somewhere. She doesn't make the lashes herself. She buys the lashes. When she buys it, that's a variable cost. Why is it variable? Because the more lashes she buys, the more cost. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay? So, variable costs vary with how many units you produce or sell. Fixed costs stay the same regardless of how much you sell. Stay the same regardless of how much you sell. Like, rent is a common fixed cost. Yeah, that's very, many of you will pay rent. That's a fixed cost. Why is it fixed?
Doesn't change.
Because you pay $1,000 a month rent. Whether you sell 2 units or 2,000 units, the rent doesn't change. It's fixed. Okay? So a fixed cost is a cost that doesn't change with volume. Hold on a second. Actually we have an entrepreneur that has a kiosk in the mall. Can't think of the name of the mall, but the big mall. University Mall, yeah. She has a kiosk in the mall. But when she negotiated her rent to have the kiosk out there in the middle, they gave her a lower rent, but made her rent tied to her sales.
Oh, wow, that's 10%.
So she pays 5% of her sales in rent. Well, that's nice if you don't sell much, but if you sell a lot, it's not so nice, right? Everything has a catch. But
Is it gross sales?
what?
Gross? On the gross?
On the total sales. So then rent would be variable, but generally rent's fixed. Many of you will discover it might be a good idea to buy business insurance. To buy business insurance. Because bad things happen. Both to protect your own liability, but also, I talked about water damage, damaging your, there's a flood, you lose all your inventory. Well, you want that insured. Insurance would be a
Fixed cost.
fixed cost. It's a flat fee. I pay $600 a year for an insurance policy. Business insurance is usually not that expensive. But it's fixed. Doesn't change with how many units I produce or sell. Remember when we first started a conversation? I said, don't use the word change. Could your rent go up next year?
Yes.
So fixed costs change, but they're fixed for the current operating period. So that's why I said don't use the word change, because all costs can change over time. Your rent can go up, your insurance bill can go up, but the issue is if we look at over the operating period, the next 12 months, whatever, it stays pretty much the same. It doesn't change with how many units I sell. So if I had a car wash car wash, what are my key variable costs? Water, because water varies with how many cars I wash. Soap,
Wax.
wax, and I got, no, not maintenance. That's a good idea, but we'll come to that in a minute. What else do I have?
Vacuum.
I got
Machine.
2 hourly employees, labor, hourly employees. What's fixed at my car wash? I have to rent the space that my building's on. That's fixed. A lot of cars could get damaged, so I carry an insurance policy. That's fixed. What employees?
Hourly.
Hourly employees are a variable cost. Always. Hourly employees are a variable cost. Why? Because if I'm not doing any business, I can send them home. But if I'm doing more business, I need more hourly people. Right? So if that lady goes from, we take care of 2 senior citizens, so we go to 2 houses a week, and suddenly she's going to 6 houses a week, she has to hire more hourly labor. That's a variable cost. Okay? All right, so you have fixed costs and you have variable costs. Yes?
So salary, fixed?
Salary is a fixed cost. If you pay somebody a salary, it's a fixed cost. If you pay somebody hourly, we treat it as a variable cost. For most of your businesses, let's take a tricky one. Utilities. Utilities, we were talking about Jimmy John's sandwich shop. They got a utility bill, they use some water, they use some electricity, they gotta heat the place, they gotta cool it in the summer. If you think about utilities, how does it work in practice? You pay a basic electric bill each month or water bill each month. If you have more customers, will you use a little bit more electricity?
Yes, you will.
Maybe they'll flush the toilet. But most of your utility bill stays pretty constant, pretty stable. So utilities are a tricky one because they have both a variable component and a fixed component. The air conditioner is going to cost a certain amount whether people walk in the door or they don't. So with something like utilities, unless it's water for a car wash where it's clearly varying, we treat utilities as a fixed cost. Because your basic utility bill is going to be your basic utility bill at your hair salon, regardless of how many people come in and get their hair done today. Okay? So let's see if you get it. Rent would be fixed cost. Insurance, fixed cost. You have a loan and you have to pay some interest each month on your loan.
Fixed.
It's not up or down. What's the question? What's the decision? How do you make the decision whether it's fixed or variable? Does it vary with how many units I sold today?
No.
It's fixed. It's fixed. Marketing. Here's a tricky one. Marketing. You spend money on some advertisements on Facebook, or you spend some money on brochure printing or marketing.
I say it's fixed.
Who says it's fixed?
Me.
You're right.
But in some scenarios, wouldn't it be variable because now with marketing, however many clicks you get, you pay a percent?
Yes. In the case of marketing where you buy advertising on the internet, you should think of marketing as a fixed cost. Even in online advertising where you're charged per click, what's the problem with per click?
It's not a guaranteed customer.
It's not a sale.
Right.
And to be variable, it has to vary with how much I'm producing and selling. So even pay-per-click advertising is fixed, right? There are scenarios, here's an example of a marketing cost. Well, you decide to hire a salesperson for your company, somebody to do sales, go out and call on businesses, okay? You decide to pay that person a salary. Then it would be fixed cost. No. You decide to pay that person a commission. Every time they make a sale, they get 6% of the sale. So now the payment is variable. It's varying with how many units they sell. So that would be a marketing cost that's variable. Why do most people think marketing is a variable cost? Because they think I can change my marketing spend. I can change my budget for marketing. I was going to spend $3,000 for marketing. No, I'm going to spend $5,000 this year. The point is, it's changeable, but it doesn't vary with how many units you sell. Once you set your marketing budget, I'm going to spend $5,000 this year on marketing. It's fixed at $5,000, regardless of how many units you sell.
Right.
Regardless of how many units you sell. You could change it to 7,000, but now it's fixed at 7,000. It isn't changing with how many units you sell. Okay, so sales commissions would be variable. There's one little confusing one in here. And if this doesn't make sense, don't worry about it because it's not that confusing for you right now. Let's say in your business you buy a truck, okay? You buy a truck. And for simplicity, let's assume you pay $25,000. It's a used truck. Okay? Are some of you going to do that kind of thing? Buy a piece of equipment, buy a vehicle, buy a computer, buy something?
Yes.
Okay? That's an asset. It's also called capital equipment, but you buy an equipment for your business. So we have a lady that makes artisan chocolates. She needs to buy a $22,000 mixing machine because she's been doing it by hand in a Arista shop. That'd be a piece of equipment. We have a guy who does screen printing in the program. He needs to buy a 16, he can make 4 shirts at a time with the equipment he has, but if he buys the $16,000 equipment, he can do 100 shirts at a time. So when you spend money on something like that, like a truck, right, here's how it's treated. It's not how it actually works in the real world, but here's how it's treated, okay? If I bought a piece of equipment for $25,000, in this case a truck, the assumption is that truck has a useful life. And we tend to be pretty conservative about this. So a normal thing to do would be to assume that the truck has a 5-year life. Truck might have a 10-year life, but we'll be conservative. It's good for 5 years. And there are standard numbers of years, but what happens is we're going to depreciate the value of the truck. Depreciate just means we're going to write off a little bit each year. Okay? So, if we assume the truck's good for 5 years, how much does a truck wear and tear or use up each year? $5,000. So you actually have a legitimate expense called depreciation where you write off $5,000 on your taxes each year. In your accounting, you have an expense called depreciation, even though no money actually got spent this year. You're just writing off as the asset wears out, at wear and tear on the asset. So depreciation is an expense some of you will have. Okay? It is a fixed cost. It doesn't vary with how many units you produce or sell. Professional fees. So you're going to pay lawyers and accountants sometimes for things.
Still fixed.
You're moving in a building and you pay an architect to do a drawing of the place or whatever. Professional fees would be fixed. Not hearing y'all.
Fixed.
Just make it sense.
Yeah.
Fixed and variable.
Yes,
When I say something's fixed and you go, I thought it was variable, ask me why.
yes.
Okay? So, direct labor, direct materials. It varies. It varies with how many units you produce or sell. I need more laborers if I make and produce more. I need fewer laborers if I don't.
Right.
If I have more homes I have to go visit to take care of those seniors, I need hire more people, use more labor. Direct labor and direct materials are your number one and number two variable costs. When I make baby bibs, I have to buy thread and fabric. That's material. It's a variable cost. Makes sense?
Yes.
I know I'm hanging on this, but I want it to make sense to everybody. Okay? So merchandise that you purchase so that you can turn around and sell it. So we have a woman who runs an online boutique for ladies, and she sells party dresses. She doesn't make the party dresses, she buys them from a wholesaler and then sells them on her website. The party dresses, the merchandise she buys is a variable.
It's a variable.
You've got to pay somebody for the material, right?
But it's
Vary just means varies with how many units you produce or sell.
Yeah.
If I sell more dresses, I have to buy more dresses. It's a variable cost. But it's not making sense to you, and so we need to stop until it makes sense to you. Why does it not make sense here for you?
I was under the impression you have if you're going to get the materials to produce the product, you have to buy from someone.
Yeah,
And
you
that
do.
someone, well, that would be a fixed cost to me,
Why?
because that price.
Why do you have to
doesn't
buy
fit
more dresses?
To sell.
More dresses. Any cost that varies with how many units you produce or sell is
Variable. Because it changes.
how many dresses you buy varies with how many dresses you sell.
Yeah.
We didn't have any dress sales this week. I ain't buying any more dresses.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, travel.
Variable.
Variable.
fixed because that's fixed.
You came here today to this class.
Yes.
You drove here.
Yes.
You used some gas
Yeah.
to get here.
Yes.
First of all, what's the problem with that story?
So it doesn't.
The first problem is most of you will not go home today and write off the gas that you spent to be here as a business expense.
Yes. Yeah.
You need to be accounting for every expense you have, because every expense that you have that you account for means what? It's a legitimate expense. You can
Right on.
Every expense you have means you pay less to the tax man.
Yes.
So you want to keep records. We'll talk about this, a paper trail of all your expenses. So anything you do to enhance the business, like getting training, this is a business expense. Okay? So if I travel to a conference if I travel to a market, like an open market, where I'm gonna sell at a booth, all that travel would be fixed, okay? If this lady who goes to the houses and takes care of the seniors, if she or her staff drive to the lady's house, that's variable. It's a travel expense that is variable. So you want to distinguish travel for your personal, business development purposes or to run the business versus travel involved in serving customers. If it's travel related to visiting customer sites, it's a variable cost. Travel, then, salaries, always fixed. You decide to pay somebody $30,000 a year, it doesn't matter whether you sell a lot or a little, you still got to pay their check. Fringe benefits. So one of the things that we'll talk about when you hire people, right, you have to make some decisions whether to hire people as employees or people as 1099 independent contractors, and whether they're full-time or part-time. But you get to a point where you have to pay workers' compensation to the state of Indiana for your employees. You have to pay Social Security taxes, right? So if you're paying those, we treat that as a fixed cost. That's right, fixed cost. Office supplies.
Variable.
It only be variable.
It can only be variable if you're selling it. That's right. It doesn't, does the amount of Post-it notes and Scotch tape you have vary with how many units you sold today? It does not. It's a fixed cost. So you want to associate it always. Does it change? If I sell more, does that cost go up? If I sell more, does that cost go up? Then it's variable. Okay? Shipping.
Variable.
Shipping is a variable cost. Every time I ship, I have to pay to ship the thing. So the more units I sell, the more my shipping costs. If I lease a copier for my business, it's a fixed cost. Now you're getting it. Now you're on the roll. If I have uniforms for my employees, that's right. That's good. That's a fixed cost. Excellent. And we talked about utilities. It's fixed and variable, but we tend to treat it as fixed. Excellent. I have a security alarm system on my business. That's a fixed cost. Whether I have sales or not, I got to pay that bill every month, right? Okay, now you're rocking and rolling. We have fixed costs. We have variable costs.
What was direct materials again?
That's a variable cost. It's the materials that go into making your baby business, the ingredients that go into the food in your catering business. So I have fixed costs. And I have variable costs, not in practice, but in theory. Which must I cover first?
Fixed.
I have fixed costs, and by the way, when bills come in, they're not labeled fixed or variable. It's just a bill that has to be paid. But in theory, you want to pay all your bills, but in theory, which must you cover first?
Fixed. Variable.
How many say you gotta cover your fixed first? You gotta be sure you're covering your fixed. How many say, no, you gotta be sure you're covering your variable?
I don't know.
The majority is usually people say you gotta cover your fixed first.
Yes, but it's wrong.
They would be wrong. Why? Now let's see if we can figure out why.
Right. That's why I'm saying about them.
I have fixed costs, I have variable costs, I have rent and insurance, but I also have raw materials or ingredients and hourly labor and packaging. Packaging would be variable. If you put your you make shea butter and you put your shea butter in a jar or bottle, the cost of the bottle. You know the labels you put on the package?
Yeah.
That's a variable cost because it varies with how many labels you have to make, how many packages to sell. So,
It is variable, first of all, you get how many units you can sell.
no, it's a cost that varies. You buy more labels because you have more production or sales.
I'm
So
saying this first. Hey, which one do you pay first? You're gonna pay the variable first because.
you're going to pay the variable first. Why? The answer is variable. You always make sure you can cover your variable costs. Why must you cover your variable costs first? Yes.
Because you have to make stuff to sell products before you can pay all the fixed costs to keep the product.
Chandra or Chandra?
Chandra.
Chandra. Right. And Mari. I'm getting that. I'm getting that.
You got it.
So that's very smart. Tell us again.
You have to pay for materials and make the material or make the products to sell those first.
So if you're not making enough to cover what it costs you to make the thing, you're worse off.
Right.
And the cost of making the thing is variable. So if you ain't making enough to cover your own costs, you're not covering your variable costs, you're in trouble. And that, you'd be surprised at how many times we discover entrepreneurs that are not charging enough to cover their own costs.
Right.
Which means they're basically paying the customer to buy the product. Here.
Right. Right.
Here's an example that will drive it home. Okay? Now, I'm gonna start a car wash. Weather's kind of nasty this time of year. I'm gonna start a car wash, okay? My price of a car, washing a car, okay, is $15. I haven't started the business yet. I'm just writing a business plan, right? And let's start this again. I'm going to do this a little differently. When I'm writing the business plan, I'm going to charge $12 for the car wash. Okay? I'm going to charge $12 for the car wash. That's my price. Okay? My variable cost, I think, in my business plan, my variable cost to do one car in terms of hourly labor, water, soap, variable costs, right? My variable cost, I think, is going to be $10. Okay? What else we need to know?
Labor.
Labor's in here. Labor's in the variable cost. We need to know what our fixed costs are. So the variable cost is variable cost per unit. My fixed costs, well, now I have rent, I carry good insurance, I'm spending marketing money, maybe I'm paying a manager a salary. My fixed costs are $10,000. That's not per month, that's for the year. $10,000 for the year. Okay? So it's actually going to be higher. But everybody see the situation?
Yes.
If I make and sell one unit, what's my situation?
You're making a lot.
I make and sell, I wash one car.
Right.
What's my situation? What's the bottom line situation?
Upside down.
Low volume.
Upside down.
All right, let's start over again. I set up the business and I have no customers. Okay? What's my situation if I have no customers? No, dollars. If I have no customers, I'm
Zero.
losing
$10,000.
$10,000. When you see a number in parentheses,
It's negative.
that's a negative number. So I don't have any customers. I'm right now losing $10,000. Okay? If I have one customer, what's my situation? I'm 9,998 in the hole.
Yeah.
And if I have two customers, 9,996, and three customers, and at some point there'll be enough customers where I'm
Zero.
not just covering my
Fixed cost.
variable cost right here, but each time I make a sale, what happens?
Making a profit.
No, I'm not making a profit. Each time I make a sale, what's happening? My price is 12, my variable cost is 10. Each time I make a sale, I make $2 that I can use to cover those fixed costs, right? So, in this situation, I'm covering my variable cost, and I'm making a contribution to my fixed costs, and eventually, I keep making sales, I'll cover all my fixed costs and start making a profit. All right. Now, let's take a different situation. I know what my business plan said, but then when I started running the business, life was different than what I put in the plan. That happens a lot. So, my price is still 12, but my variable cost per unit, in practice, when you actually got out there and started doing stuff, everything costs more than you expected, and my variable cost per unit is 13. And my fixed costs are still 10,000. Okay. Now, I sell one unit, I wash one car, what's my situation?
You don't even have enough to cover.
What's my situation? I'm 10,001 in the hole. If I hadn't washed that car, I would have been 10,000 in the hole. So I'm worse off for washing that car because I didn't cover my variable costs. You always cover your variable costs first because they're an incremental cost. They're a cost of getting the product and selling the product. Okay? So you want to, at a minimum, be sure your price is above your variable cost, that you're covering your variable costs. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. But in practice, you got to cover all your costs, right? In practice, you got to pay your rent, you got to pay for your raw materials, you got to pay your laborers, right? And some of you will get in situations where you're not able to pay them, or you're holding them off as long as you can, or you go, I don't have enough money in the bank this week to pay the payroll. So I'm going to have to plead with my employees to give me another week. That'll happen. Okay? But you want to understand the discipline. I got to be charging enough to cover my variable costs. Okay, does everybody understand fixed? Everybody understand variable? You understand the logic? Be sure you're at a minimum covering your variable costs. Now, I want you to think about what I said here. In the original situation with the car wash, right? The price was 12, the variable cost was 10. So each time we made a sale, each time we washed a car, what happened? It covered our variable cost and contributed $2 to the fixed cost. That is a magic word, contributed. It's where the term contribution margin comes from. And your contribution margin is simply price minus variable cost per unit. So the price you charge for a unit minus what it costs you to provide that unit to the customer. Okay? Everybody with me? This is a big step. It's a big step. Price minus variable cost per unit, what it costs you to actually make and sell the unit, is called your contribution margin. In the example of the car wash, it was $2. With me? And it's called contribution. Why? Because it's what's left over after you cover your variable costs to contribute to your fixed costs. We're there. We're home. We're done. You know why? What do we really want to know? We want to know how many units we have to sell to break even. How many units we have to sell to break even. Because at a minimum, you want to be breaking even in your business. Okay? We're there. Break even simply equals total fixed cost divided by the contribution margin. Total fixed cost divided by the contribution margin. So, let's go back to the car wash, the original example, right? What was the price? 12. What was the variable cost? 10. Contribution is 2. What was the total fixed cost for rent and insurance, salaries? 10,000. And I'm going to divide that by 2. So, let me go back here. Let me ask, hold on, how are you? You're not going to say it's laid off.
No.
Commercial with the football game, A-Ron. LaDon, what is that 5,000? Interpret that number for me. 5,000. Explain it. A little more detail. If I wash 5,000 cars, I will break even. So, when I get to the 5,001st car, we start making profit. Until I do 5,000 cars, we're losing money. Once I wash the 5,000th car, we've made enough not to cover our variable costs on every car wash, but to cover all of our fixed costs. If I wash 4,099 cars, I still haven't covered all my fixed costs. The minute I wash 5,001st, 5,002nd, we're in it. We're in the clover. We're doing good. We're making profit. So, if you go to a hotel, they measure their costs in terms of room nights. What variable costs do I have per room night? And they will tell you, well, the hotel needs to be at 55% capacity, so 55% of the rooms need to be full to break even. That means that's how the entrepreneur works. She goes to work each day going, well, geez, only 40% of our rooms are full today. Today's a bad day. Oh, look, 70% of the rooms are full. Today's a good day. The guy with a car wash comes to work each day. All right, how many does he have to do in a year? 5,000. 5,000. When he gets to the 5,000 first, he's all right, so he has to do 5,000 to get to break even, right? 6 days a week. We're open 6 days a week, so there's 24. So what's 24 into 600? Huh?
25.
Has to be a fraction on there.
That original number was 600.
Oh,
600.
What?
that original number?
Yeah, it's 25 here.
Yep, it's 25, so 25 cars a day.
This comes to 25 even, okay? If it comes to a fraction, you got to round up, because there's not like 0.2 of a car, right? So, what's that tell you? When you walk into work each morning, you know, today we got to wash 25 cars to be hitting our break-even number. Any day we only wash 5 cars is a really crappy day. Any day we wash 40 cars,
Real good day.
real good day. In fact, what might that number tell you if you haven't started the business yet? It might tell you maybe you shouldn't start if you don't think, I mean, you'll have days where you do 25, but you gotta do 25 on average every day. Maybe this is not a good business to start. The numbers help you make smart decisions. Sometimes those decisions are not to do things.
If you have a lot of different products.
Yeah.
That have different units,
Yes.
is there a simple way to figure out how many each of those units you should be trying to sell to get that?
All right, here we go.
So, ready for this.
So, with a bowling alley, what did I tell you to do first and with your business? How many revenue drivers do you have? Okay? So, in the business you're talking about, Chandra, what are we selling?
Games in the bowling alley?
No, your business.
Oh, I'm a leather worker, I sell leather goods, handbags.
Okay, so she sells leather goods and, I'm just making this up, but you can correct me, but she makes ladies' handbags, she also makes belts, and she makes wallets. So she got 3 revenue drivers, 3 prime. She may have some other stuff, but 3 prime revenue drivers, okay? The question she said is, I'm gonna reword Chandra's question. She basically said, Mike, I get your whole story on break even, but your story assumed you're only selling one thing. What happens when you're selling multiple things? When you have multiple revenue drivers. So you're not just doing car washes, or you're not just doing home healthcare, or whatever that's called, home care. Here's what you do. If you look at the slide, what's it assume? I have 4 revenue drivers, right? What did I do first? What do you always do first?
Pay your variable.
The first thing you do is calculate, when you're actually trying to figure out break even in your business, where do you start? Figure out your contribution margin. So you ask yourself, what's my price? What's my variable cost of 1 unit? Okay? Figure out your contribution margin. So, what do you see in the example, Chandra? Up here on the slide. What do you see?
Well, there's 4 different revenue drivers.
And so there's 4 different,
Right.
and so there's 4 different contribution margins, right? So instead of 1 contribution for the car wash, we have 4 contributions. The contribution margin on the handbags versus the contribution margin on the belts versus the wallets, right? So all we're gonna do is take an average. We're gonna take an average. And the easiest way to do that is to estimate of your total sales in your business, what percentage tends to be the handbags, what percentage tends to be the belts, what percentage tends to be the wallets. And if you don't know because you're just getting started, you need to make an approximation in terms of where you're going to spend most of your time and effort, what are you going to push more heavily, what are you going to market harder. But basically what are we saying? We think 30% of the sales will come from this revenue driver, 10 from this, 25 from this, 35 from that. So all you're doing is taking that percentage times the contribution margin. So 30% times 50 cents is 0.15. 10% times $1.70 is 0.17. 25% times $1 is 25. 35% of 710 is 248. And add those up, it's the weighted average contribution margin. So all you're doing is estimating an average contribution margin across your 4 revenue drivers. What would you do with that number, Melinda? To get break even? Divide it into, how do you get break even?
Your break even is your total fixed over your contribution.
So break even is simply to take total fixed costs and divide by the contribution margin. If you got 4 revenue drivers, you divide by the weighted average contribution margin. And so whatever number comes out, you know, well, 15% of those sales have to be handbags, 17% have to be belts, 25% of that. So you get break even by each category. Okay? Yes?
Maybe you already mentioned this, but how do you decide which of those has that percentage of sales? If you're just starting out, if you don't know how much.
Yeah, so she's asking, how do I know what the percentage of sales of handbags will be? You don't initially. But, you know, a good example would be a hair salon. What's true in a hair salon? Well, I sell cuts, haircuts, but I actually make the most money in terms of not total sales, but profit per unit on products, on shampoos and conditioners and whatever, products. Well, what I would do is go into a couple of hair salons and say, about what percentage of your sales each month are products? So I check with some competitors. It's the thing that most surprises me about the folks in this program. What is that thing? When I asked some of you guys, who's your competitors? Everybody says, I don't have any freaking competitors. Nobody can do what I do. You always have competitors.
Always.
Because you're competing for the share of the customer's wallet. You're competing with somebody. If they don't spend their money on you, they're spending money on something else. So you have competitors. But that's one thing I do. I look at competitors. Sometimes you can Google this. You can Google, okay, hair salons, revenue breakdown. And it'll give you some standard sort of statistics for, well, if they have nails tends to be about 20% of sales. And so it's research as much as you can do it to try to get a feel for, you know, the best thing you can do, especially if it's not somebody who's going to be a direct competitor of yours, but, yeah, so if you're in Chicago, go into a hair salon and sit there and while you're getting a haircut, talk to the owner and say, well, you know, I'm from South Bend, about how much of your sales are from, whatever, doing toes, whatever that's called.
Pedicure.
Pedicure. Yeah. What questions do you have? We've now covered break even. You good?
Can I ask what this in the slide, what's that Q mean behind the VE? Is that a-
Break even quantity. Good question. So, if we go back, how did we calculate break even? Total fixed cost divided by the contribution margin, where the contribution margin is just price minus variable cost. Price minus what it costs you to make the thing and sell it, right? Break even can either be in units, so 5,000 car washes, or it can be in dollars. Okay? So you'll see there's 2 break even formulas here. This is how many cars I need to wash, break even quantity. This is break even in dollars. If that's confusing, don't worry about it. You just need the basic break even idea. But we're going to put the thing.
Oh, right there.
So this is a little variation. If you take price minus variable cost per unit, what's that give you? The contribution margin. That's one on through.
Right there, here.
All right. If instead you took price minus variable cost and divide back through price, by price, okay? Instead of the contribution margin, that's called the PVCM, percent variable contribution. It's just the contribution margin expressed as a percentage. So in this case, remember the car wash, 12 minus 10 divided by 12.
Okay.
Right? What is that? What's that come to? 2 over 12. 12 into 2. 16? 0.16? Okay. If you divide total fixed cost by that percentage, it'll tell you break even in dollars as opposed to units. So instead of how many wedding dresses I have to sell, or how many events I have to cater, or how many cars I need to wash, it would express break even in dollars. Okay? So that's what that means. Okay, let's take a little break. We're about to start talking a little bit about bookkeeping, and that's what she does. So I asked her if she'd like to come because some of you all got some taxes you got to pay in April. That's what she does. So Danielle, give us your pick.
I'm nervous, y'all.
Don't be.
A lot of y'all know me, some of y'all don't. I am a financial consultant. I do taxes, bookkeeping, tax planning, pretty much anything your business needs, business startup, if y'all need your EINs done, LLCs, all of that stuff. But my major thing as far as bookkeeping is concerned that I want all of y'all to understand, a lot of people think that they do not need to get it or do it because it's not affordable. It is, at least with me. I'm not the one that's going to charge you $1,000 a month. I'm also going to educate you at the same time. I'm going to, as I do your bookkeeping for something that fits your budget. I've been there. I've been an entrepreneur, not just this time, but before losing my husband. So I know bookkeeping is important. I know the importance of it being affordable, especially when you're starting out. But do not skip that step in your business. It will mess up everything. It will mess up your taxes. You will be owing things that you don't understand. Then you won't understand why you can't go apply for this and do this and this and this because your records are not correct. Take the time to make sure your bookkeeping is accurate. I have my information. I have digital business cards, fiscal business cards. If any of y'all want to reach out, I will also teach you guys different ways to keep up with your own bookkeeping after I walk you through properly doing your bookkeeping for you. So you're not just paying for me to make sure your stuff is correct. You are also paying to learn how to do your own. So if any of you guys want to catch me, I will stay here for about another hour or so. Do not skip bookkeeping in your business. It is important, especially at tax time and especially knowing where your money is coming in at and where it is not. So, and I hope you guys get a lot from this class. It is amazing.
Thank you.
Danielle, what's the name of the business?
Amazing Financial.
Hey. Give a card down here. I need a card. Yeah.
Look up Danielle's business. She's on social media as well.
Yes, and my website name is my business name, AmazingFinancialLLC.com. That is my email as well, AmazingFinancialLLC@gmail. I'm on social media everywhere, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all under the same as well. So you guys can find me anywhere.
So what's the message?
Contact her ASAP.
Oh, the message is do business with each other.
That's right. That's right.
Do business with each other. Okay. While I had to do a quick thing with the filming thing, but you should have gotten a sheet that says Paintball Battleground. Did everybody get that sheet? Okay. So So here's the scenario. We got Farmer Bob, and Farmer Bob's got this farm, and it doesn't pay him to grow stuff on all his acres. He loses money on some of those crops. So he's decided to build a new revenue driver, a paintball battlefield on his farm. And, sorry, we gotta stop.
Sorry.
We're not doing that right now. We're not doing that right now. We're trying to get you to understand the stuff. So, anyway, Farmer Bob is building this paintball battlefield. Kids will come, you know what paintball is? We
Yes.
pretend to be a soldier and shoot people with paintball pellets. And all right, so what you'll see is a problem. Now, those of you in the room that are disciplined, will try to solve the problem without turning the page over, because the answer's on the back. But I'm going to give you this problem. I'm going to leave it with you. I'm going to ask you to, when you go home, play with it. See if it makes sense to you. See if you can figure out to break even how many paintball games this guy has to sell each day to break even. And as you look at the problem, the numbers will start speaking to you. And you'll start to see this business is actually in deep doo-doo. It's got some problems driven by the numbers. But what I'd like you to do individually is just take a shot at trying to solve it. So the front side asks you a series of questions, try to answer them. And then flip it over and see if you got them right. See if you can see if you didn't get them right, why. And I'll bring this back up next time. But I want you to play a little bit with some real numbers and just see if it makes sense. Okay?
Okay.
What you'll find is the guy needs to do an awful lot of games to break even. And so, how do we fix that? And I'll talk about how we fix it. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so all of that conversation was to understand your costs, your margins, how much you make on a unit, price line variable cost, your margin. And so the basic logic in terms of, are you a high volume, low margin business? Are you a high volume, low margin, high margin, high? Are you low? Are you medium? Relatively speaking, what are your margins? So we want to understand how you make money. We want to understand how many units you need to be selling each day to be on track to break even this year and make money this year. I'm going to take all that and set it aside. So don't confuse that conversation with the one we're about to have. Okay? So I'm opening a new chapter here. It's the other side of the numbers. And that's called bookkeeping. Bookkeeping. And so I gotta switch this up. All right. With your business, you may initially do it yourself. You may eventually use a bookkeeper. At some point, you may actually use an accountant, which is different than a bookkeeper. Whether you're using those people or you're not using those people, you don't need to know how to be a bookkeeper, but you need to know what the books are telling you. You need to know the essence of the story. So, we what do you really want to know if you're an entrepreneur about your business? Just practically, forget accounting, bookkeeping, economics. What do you want to know?
Profit.
Am I making money? Everybody needs to know that. Am I making money and how much am I making? What else do you need to know if you're running a business? Yes.
A good location if you're not running from home. A good location for your business if you're not running from home.
Okay, that would contribute to the picture and how much money I'm making.
How much I'm spending out, or
All right, so if I'd like to know if I'm making money. I want to know how much I'm spending out because I want to know.
If it's sustainable.
Well, ultimately, it's sustainable, but can I pay my bills? So am I making money is a different question from can I pay my bills? And at some point, many of you will want to know, what's my business worth? What's the value of this company that I've built? So the numbers are everything in terms of letting you know not just are you making money, but where are you making money? Oh, it looks like I make money on the food, but not on the shoe rental and not on the games. Or I tend to make more money on X and less money on Y. So if you have 3 products you're selling, right? And you know the margin, how much profit you make on each of those, you can increase sales a little and increase profit a lot if you sell more of the things with high margins and less of the things with low margins. So now we start to come to some new words. Revenue, which is sales. Revenue or sales, that means the same thing. Versus profit. What's the difference between revenue and profit?
Revenue is what you're bringing in and profit is what you're taking home.
Revenue is what you're bringing in, profit is what you're taking home. That's a good way to put it. So, profit is revenue minus expenses. Nobody will lend you money if you don't have a basic sense of your numbers. You can't just outsource that. You got to be able to be fluent in the basics of your business. But the most important thing is that the numbers will serve as your compass, as your guide. It's the feedback that tells you you're making wrong decisions or right decisions. It's the numbers that tell you, hey, you had a great month. Or you had a crappy month. If you had a crappy month, if you're an entrepreneur, you want to figure out why. Okay? So, one of the messages from the boot camp, from this whole training program, is that everything in business is better approached as a process. You're going to learn marketing as a process. Last week I talked about the whole creation of a venture is a process. 80 steps. It's much easier to understand basic accounting in your business if you think of it as a process, set of steps. Okay? And so we want to take a look at that process flow. You have expenses to buy things. You make some sales, or revenue comes in. You need to record those things. You need to develop a paper trail. Talk a lot more about that in just a second. You want to understand which of my expenses are are incurred because I'm selling more, and which of one of my expenses are incurred regardless of how much I sell. What we just call fixed and variable expenses. A lot of those fixed expenses now, when we start talking about bookkeeping, become something that somebody referred to earlier as overhead. So a lot of, when people talk about overhead, they're principally talking about your fixed costs. Okay? So if we think of it as a process, here's a bunch of basic questions. How are sales incurred? How's revenue recorded? What expenses are associated with sales? How are expenses recorded? Are expenses tied to time of day, or day of week, or week of month, or month of year? Can we figure out our profit? What's the paper trick? So what I've tried to do is, Sue out there, I don't know if you still have helpers. I've tried to capture the whole simple accounting process in a flow diagram. In a flow diagram. So this is sort of the essence of the whole conversation. This is the heart and soul of what we're doing. So the thing that you're getting is what's on this slide, but I want you to have a big version so you can look at it. It's hole punch, so you can stick it into tab 2 in the binder. But here's what we're doing. We're taking accounting and we're breaking it down into a process. And if you look at the bottom, what do you see?
Generate transaction trail.
Everybody got it?
Yeah.
Wait till everybody gets it. So what do you see at the bottom?
Generate transaction.
The process.
Oh, yeah.
4 simple stages or steps to how you should look at your business and think about bookkeeping. What's the first step?
Generate transaction trail.
Jason, you guys, skip this one over here. Generate a transaction trail. What's that mean?
Record your transaction.
Not recording anything. Not yet. What's step 2?
Record.
Record. What are we doing in step 1?
Find your people still.
Every one of you, what are we doing in step 1?
Transaction.
What's that mean? Generate a transaction trail. You need a record. I'm an old guy, so I call it a paper trail.
Yes.
It could be an electronic record, but every expense you have, you need a receipt. You go to the gas station, get gas because you're making deliveries, get a receipt. Pump probably won't give you one. Have to go inside, but get a receipt.
Cashier.
Every time you have a sale, you need a record of that transaction. You know, I'm always intrigued when we get later in the year and we get to the consulting part of this. One of the first things that the students that work with you will ask is, well, what's your customer database look like? And most of the entrepreneurs go, I ain't got no customer database, right? Well, you should. It's easy to put one together if you have a paper trail. If you, every time you do a haircut, every time you sell a wedding dress, whatever it is, every time you do a catering event, you keep a paper trail. A receipt, an invoice. I just cannot stress how important this is. I don't care if all you're doing is taking all those receipts and sticking them in a shoebox or sticking them in a drawer. You want to have the paper trail or the electronic trail. Some of you when we come to bookkeeping, some of you you'll get something like Square to do transactions, and that'll be connected to your business bank account. You need to have a business bank account. You don't need to run your business through your personal bank account. Most fundamental principle in this whole discussion is separate the personal from the business. Separate the personal from the business. But ask yourself, in my business, what's my system? You're an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs build systems. They build procedures. They build processes, so they are professionals. So, what's my system for tracking my expenses? What kind of record do I keep of my expenses this month? What's my system? I mean, what's the problem when I'm selling stuff at the farmer's market? People come up, I sell it, I take cash. No record. Right? And that becomes, many of your businesses are cash-based. You're not taking credit cards. Right? And you're feeling a little sickly, or you gotta be at a funeral, or you gotta be somewhere. So your niece is working the stand at the farmer's market. Because you don't have a system, what's your niece gonna do?
Do it her way.
She's gonna take that $10 bill and not write down I made a sale. She'll just put it in her pocket. Nothing against her. I'm not accusing your niece of anything, but people are people. And so, especially in cash-based businesses, it's easy to find those people that you thought you trusted and loved and all that, or helping themselves a little bit. So that can happen if you have a proper system. And that's really important. I'm not just talking about theft or fraud, but other ways in which things disappear, you don't have a record or something. So start with the paper trail. Start with the expenses and the revenues, the sales. And that's all this picture's telling you. So when you have expenses, for most of us, the expenses will be cash expenses. Sometimes people will give you credit, but not much these days, especially for startup entrepreneurs. But you may find with time, once you start to succeed, you start buying from suppliers who will give you 30 days to pay, or whatever. So when you have expenses, were they cash purchases or were they credit purchases? When you have revenue coming in, was it a cash sale or a credit sale? Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. So this isn't rocket science. You can do this. You don't have to be a bookkeeper. You don't have to take accounting courses. Helps, but don't need it. But you need to be a smart entrepreneur. Okay, so once I have a paper trail, what do I need to do?
Recording.
You need to record. I don't care whether you do this each day between 6 and 7 at night, whether you set aside 2 or 3 hours on your Saturdays, but you need to have your private admin time, administrative time, and you need to record stuff. Record what happened this week. Obviously, in the early days, not a lot might happen in a given week, but you want to have that system, you want to have that discipline. So where do you record it? That's up to you. Most people assume you got to go buy some fancy, expensive software and record it in a software package. You can do that. In fact, most of you probably heard of QuickBooks, but QuickBooks charges. So there's a free software that you can get. A number of the folks in this program are using it. And I'm drawing a blank right in a second. Wave. Called Wave. Thank you. But Wave is a online system you can use that's software based. But if you're not ready for software, that's fine. A simple spreadsheet will do. A simple spreadsheet. And if you don't like spreadsheets, just have a folder or a book with pages for revenue and pages for expenses. So for many of you, that may be more than enough in the early days of your business. A simple expense journal and revenue journal, where you record this day, this week, this month, expenses in one place, revenues in another place. This is no different than what? You all have households. You all have to pay bills. You all have a budget. You all, I mean, even if the budget isn't written, it's in your head. You know, I can't afford to eat out this weekend. Or I can. I'm talking the same language. I'm talking the same thing. The things you do to run your household, we're just going to professionalize to run your business. So you need a paper trail. You need to have recording time. You need to have a simple system for revenues and expenses where you write it down, right? Okay, what's step 3?
Generate statements and reports.
Generate financial statements. That sounds pretty heavy. But think about it. If you have a little journal, a paper journal that you keep, or a spreadsheet you keep, that is your revenue journal, and you have a simple journal or place you, whatever, expense journal, what do you do at the end of February? Sum up the revenues, sum up the expenses, subtract one from the other. That's your income or profit statement. That's the whole deal. It ain't something complicated. It's that. But it's at this prepare financial statements. So the first 2 steps, until you're making good money and things are all sweet, these first 2 steps, for most of you, I'd be doing myself. Okay? But when you start looking at financial statements, you make a decision, I can just do them myself, or at this point, I might use an accounting professional, people like Danielle. And there are a number of these accounting services that are people that come from the community, your community, that are very good and that specialize in small businesses. And they won't rip you off. So it's at this point you might consider hiring a bookkeeper or an accountant to prepare your financial statements for you. But Danielle said something real important when she was up here. She said, I don't just take your information and make sense out of it in a statement. I'm going to tell you what it means. I'm going to explain it to you. Okay? That's what you want. You want an accountant, a bookkeeper. We're not talking about a 10-hour tutorial. We're talking about, okay, sit down with me for an hour and explain what my books are saying. Okay? Which leads us to step 4. What do the statements tell me to help me make smarter decisions? Do the statements tell me I need to raise my price? Does the statement tell me I'm selling too many of these products and I really need to sell a lot more of these products and then I'll make more money because I'm buying too much inventory of the wrong things? That's the beauty, is how you can become a smarter decision maker, and you as an entrepreneur have to make decision after decision every week. You want to be informed when you make those decisions, and the numbers can do that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what What's the hard part of all this?
Starting doing it.
The paper trail isn't hard. The recording isn't that hard. It's tedious, but not hard. There's financial statements. I'm going to make sense of the financial statements for you right now. You ready? You're saying, oh, bullshit, Mike. I'm going to make sense of the financial statements to you right now. Okay? In accounting, there are 3 basic financial statements. Okay, let's stop for a second. Let's go back where we started, the second half. I asked you what questions you have about your business every day. And there were 3 questions. Am I making money? Am I making money? You do want to know that, don't you?
Yeah,
Can I pay my bills?
yeah.
Do I have enough money on hand to pay my workers on Friday? Can I pay my bills? Or do I need to not pay rent this month? Am I making money? Can I pay my bills? What's my business worth? What's my business worth? Do those questions seem pretty practical?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yes.
Each of you would want to know those things about your business? No? Can't hear you. Say it again. You want to know what? The business has to be durable. What does durable mean? What does sustainable last mean? That it makes consistent profit month after month. That's what durable is. That comes from question number 1. Am I making money?
Right.
If I make money each month, then the business is
Durable.
durable. So you need to know whether you make money. Question 2. Can I pay my bills? Question 3.
What's my
What's
business?
my business worth? Well, lo and behold, how many questions did I just cover?
3.
There are 3 statements. Am I making money? Income statement. Can I pay my bills? Cash flow statement. What's my business worth? Balance sheet. 3 questions, 3 statements. Am I making money? Income statement. The income statement is sometimes called the profit and loss statement because that's what income is. Profit and income mean the same thing. So, what I just said is right here. 3 questions, 3 statements. Okay? So, if we start with the income statement, well, now it gets even easier. I know it seems complex, but it's even easier. Each of these things is one thing minus another. What did I just say?
Each of these, one thing.
Each of these. So income statement, or profit and loss, income statement is revenue minus expenses. Cash flow statement is cash in minus cash out. Cash that came in this week minus cash that went out this week. Balance sheet is assets, things you own, minus liabilities, things you owe. How many statements?
3.
What's the first one?
Income.
Income statement, and income is
Am I making money?
revenue minus expenses. Second statement, cash flow statement. Cash in minus cash out. Balance sheet, assets, things you own, like cars, computers, Machines, power washing machine, if you run a power washing business. Things you own minus liabilities. A liability is things you owe, like a loan. Does that make sense to everybody?
You said S is minus liabilities?
Assets minus liability. You now know more about accounting than about half the population. So, if I'm you, I'm sitting there going, okay, Mike, I get 3 statements, each is something minus something. But the devil's in what they look like.
In the detail.
Actually, they look pretty simple. Let's start with a cash flow statement. Cash flow statement. What is that? Cash in minus cash out. So, if you look at this diagram, when cash comes into your business, where does it come from? You put some money into it. You put a couple $1,000s out of your savings into it. You borrow money from Aunt Betty.
Absolutely not.
From your favorite friend. You borrow money from a bank. But the idea is you're borrowing money that you have to pay back. So borrowed funds, right? You don't want to sell your truck. But that's what sale of fixed assets means. If you're in a bind, you could sell stuff you own because you need some cash. Try to avoid that. That's a bad one. Okay? And the main source hopefully becomes sales, when you make sales, right? Sometimes when you make sales, and I would discourage you from doing this initially, but you sell on credit, meaning you give people a month to pay or 3 months to pay. The problem is most of your initial customers are people you know who, I don't care how good the friend they are, you never see the money. So try to avoid credit sales.
Okay.
But if you have money that you sold stuff to people and they haven't paid you, that's called an account receivable. It means money that you will be receiving, you hope. Okay? So cash can come in from cash sales, from people that owed you receivables, paying you finally, from borrowing money from, okay. Then how does money go out of the business? Cash in minus cash out. You pay expenses, you buy raw materials or inventory of wedding dresses. You're not going to be paying any dividends to stockholders, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. And you buy a cash register. You buy equipment. That's fixed assets. Equipment. Okay? So that's it. Money comes in, money goes out. Those are the ways money comes in, money goes out. The cash flow statement looks like this. You can see it in your slides, I hope. But while accountants will often set this up in a more complicated way, the way I have it here is quite acceptable. But what do you see happening in month 1? Start of the business. What happened in month 1? We started with beginning cash, and we started with nothing, and we borrowed 300. In this case, it's 300,000. We borrowed, so we took a bank loan, and equity paid in is a fancy way of saying money you put into the business. You and any partners that you have, if you have partners, and I'd be careful with partners, but equity paid in is just money you put into the business. So you'll notice at the beginning, in January, we borrowed some money, we put some money into the business. Why is revenue 0? Revenue is sales. We haven't sold anything yet. We're just setting business up. So how much money came in January? No, all told. All cash in. Not what did we make? 320 came in. Right? Look, this is not about how much we sold. It's about how much cash came in. Whether we put it in Whether we borrowed it, so 320 came in, we didn't use any material or labor because we didn't have any sales, right? But we did pay a salary, we started to do some marketing to get our name out there, we paid a utility bill, we paid some rent. You can see cash out in January was 61,000. So if 320 came in and 61 went out, the balance is 259. In the cash flow statement, the ending balance at the end of 1 month is the beginning balance the next month. So now we got 259. What happened in February? Nothing. We didn't make any sales in February either, and we didn't invest any more money, and we didn't borrow any more money, but we kept spending money. So you can see we started producing, and we spent marketing and rent and insurance. So cash out was 104. You can see the balance is down to 155. The ending balance becomes the beginning balance. So this is kind of like your bank account, right? And what finally happened in March? We made some sales. Started making sales. And you can see sales continue to build. Actually, what will happen in a lot of your businesses, there'll be some seasonality. So you can see sales build. Well, there's a dip here in the August-September period, and then they start to build again, but sales. Does that seem pretty simple?
Yeah.
That's a cash flow statement.
Yeah.
That's the whole deal. There's nothing more to it. You don't need to be an accountant. Okay? Second statement is the income statement. Income statement or profit and loss statement is, remember, everything is something minus something. Revenue minus expenses. That's right, revenue minus expenses. So here's a picture for our company, BootCamp Ventures. Here's a picture of an income statement. It's a little different than a cash flow statement because what is it not capturing in terms of cash in? It's not covering money you put into the business. It's not including loans that you take. It's an income statement, so it's just revenue and expenses. Okay? So you can see revenue. Now here's a nuance, but what expenses did I take out first? Materials and labor, which we think of as variable costs. Nothing is labeled variable in these statements. But normally in an income statement, you take out first the cost of making and selling your product. And so when you take out labor and material combined equals something called your cost of goods sold. Cost of making and selling my products and services. Okay? So you're taking out it's kind of like taking out your variable cost first, but here it's called your cost of goods sold. And then that produces gross income. Then all this other stuff, salaries, marketing, utilities, insurance. It's also called overhead. The proper term is general selling and administrative expenses. GS&A, general selling and administrative expenses. But that's all we're doing. The revenue in January was nothing. We didn't produce any goods, so the material and labor is nothing. Cost of goods sold, the cost of goods sold is zero, so gross income is still zero, but we spent money. So what happened in January? Not about cash flow, how much cash is left over at the end of the month. Now it's about profit or loss. Tell me what happened in January. We lost money. 57, in this case, $57,000. We had no revenue, but we spent money, got some money to get up and running, right? So in many of your businesses, your first month of operation will show a loss. In fact, high growth businesses may show a loss for the first year. Okay? Most of you aren't in a position to afford to take a loss for a whole year. But All right, so whereas the cash flow statement was continuous, here you start over each month. So what happened in February? We sold $100,000 worth of stuff. We started producing, so we had some cost of goods sold. We subtract the cost of goods sold from revenue. Gross income is 51. We took out all this overhead, the marketing, the insurance, the rent. What happened in month 2, February? We still lost money, but we only lost $6,000 in month 2. Right? And then what happens from there on? Well, you see, we started making a profit. We made $21,000 profit in March, $49,000 in. Now there are some months later in the year because of seasonal sales. Think about a toy store. Toy store?
Yeah.
Okay. What's true about most toy stores? 85% of the sales they make all year long happen in about a 6-week period, right? So if I'm a toy store, what am I doing in August and September and October?
Marketing.
I'm not doing a lot of sales, but I'm buying inventory as I gear up for the holidays. So you see this fluctuation, not just in cash flow, but in income. Okay? So the income statement is revenue minus expenses. Cash flow was cash in, cash out. Okay, the third statement is the balance sheet. And the balance sheet is assets minus liabilities. So here, think about the 3 statements. The cash flow statement is like your bank account. The ending balance at the end of the month is the beginning balance of the next month. It's ongoing. Think about your income statement. Each month is individual. So what happened in January, plus what happened in February, plus what happened. The balance sheet isn't like that. It's something you look at one point in time, like the last day of the year. Right? So it's a snapshot at one point in time of how many assets do we have, how many liabilities, what do we owe, how many liabilities do we have. And so you can see it's assets minus liabilities. And assets minus liabilities equals something called owner's equity. Owner's equity. That's a fancy term for what's the value of the business. It's a very conservative indicator of the value of the business, but assets would be things you own. So what do we own here? We have some cash in our savings account at the bank, or checking account.
Yes.
So we have cash in the bank of $253. People owe us money. They bought stuff from us, but they haven't paid yet. So we have accounts receivable. We own some inventory. We have a bunch of bicycles, because we're selling bicycles, and they're worth $49,000. And we have deposits for rent and utilities that we'll probably never get back, but they're carried here as. So our assets are 413, in this case 413,000, but 413. That's stuff we own. Now look at those assets and tell me what order I put them in. Why are they in that order? Why is cash first? So this has nothing to do with variable and fixed. These are assets.
It's in your hand now.
It's what?
It's in your hand now, you have that current.
It's in your hand now. In your hand now. That's a nice way to put it. The fancy financial term is how liquid is it? It's your liquidity. Liquidity is a fancy word for how easy is it to turn it into cash. So why is cash first? Because it's cash. It is cash, right? Why is accounts receivable second? Because people owe us that money, but we might get it, we might not. Why is inventory third?
Because you gotta sell it.
if you have a fashion business, what's the biggest risk in your business? Inventory. Why? Because you buy the inventory hoping it sells, and it doesn't all sell. And the problem is the fashion business. So what was popular this season might not be next season. So all that stuff you didn't sell this year, you might have to sell it for $1 you pay 10 and you sell for 1. You're just trying to dump it. But that's the problem is, can you turn the inventory into cash? Can you actually sell it and get money from somebody? So that's assets. Liabilities are things you owe people. And they're listed in terms of how soon you have to pay them. So are they current liabilities or are they longer term liabilities? If you have a 30-year mortgage, that's a longer term liability. Okay? So you can see accounts payable would be
Money that's owed.
the utility bill that you got this month that you haven't paid yet. That's an account payable. Any bill you have that you know is due, but you haven't paid it yet. So if you have an insurance payment due this month, and you haven't paid it yet, it's an account payable. It's money you owe somebody. And so you can see accounts payable gets listed first because it's due the soonest. Okay. And then we have a bank loan, but it's a short-term loan. You'll find we're going to have some bankers come in here. You'll find that we have, sorry, we're going way over time. You'll find that we have, the bankers will talk to you about different loan products. And one of those products called a line of credit. A line of credit is basically the bank telling you you're pre-approved for a $100,000 loan. And you draw on that as you need it. So that they don't write you a check for $100,000, they basically, you're approved, so use it as you need it, but it has to be paid back to zero within a year. Okay, so it's a short-term loan, so I put that here. Versus a long-term loan, we've got a 10-year loan on a car or a truck we bought or something. And then assets minus liabilities equals owner's equity. The left side has to balance with the right side, which is why it's called a balance sheet. Okay? So owner's equity, paid-in equity is money you put into the business. You, the owner, invested in the business. If you have a partner, money they put into the business. What's retained earnings? What's retained earnings? Go back to the income statement and tell me what happened at the end of the year.
What's your overall profit?
I made a profit of how much?
$78,000.
$78,000. Over to the right at the bottom, you can see I made a profit for the year of $78,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's look at the balance sheet. What do you see? It's retained earnings. Why? Because I retained it and put it back into the business rather than in my pocket. Okay? So retained earnings is any profits that you keep in the business, that you reinvest in the business, rather than put into your pocket. Okay? Many of you will take money out of the business to pay bills. But don't do that like it's a... Like it's something... Record that. Account for it. Okay? Those are the three statements. That's the essence of bookkeeping. You don't need to know a lot. You just need to know that these three statements, and this is what they look like. And one tells you whether you're making money, one tells you whether you got enough cash on hand to pay labor this Friday, and one tells you the value of the business. Okay, with that, and I'm sorry I've gone on here, but it's important to get these basics in your mind. I want to invite our two guest entrepreneurs to come up. Our two guest entrepreneurs. I saw the bar. Alicia? Whenever Alicia speaks, she always walks up to your It's one of the most amazing entrepreneurs I know. So Alicia Easton. And Barbara Turner. So I'm going to let you guys use this. But these are two entrepreneurs. And again, entrepreneurs that have been sitting where you sit. And both of them have inspiring stories. They are both what I would call success stories. That would say that they have, come on, durable businesses.
I revive homes and I renovate houses.
How many houses?
Well, it depends on which business we're looking at. I first started working with my son in Chicago. And in Chicago, in a 3-year time period, we renovated 24 projects in 3 years.
Nice.
And I was his project manager.
Nice.
So that was the start of my renovation business. And my son had pushed me into, actually, to give a little bit of backstory, I'm a sharecropper kid from Mississippi.
Okay.
And so after I moved here when I was 26 years old, I dreamed of, having a house one day, seeing my aunt and uncle's really beautiful home in St. Louis. And so at 26, I designed and had my own house built.
Nice.
And so that's a God story in itself. And so I talked about doing houses for people from that age on up until I had kids, and that's all my kids heard. So my son kept telling me, Mom, just do it, because I was talking about building this subdivision for low-income families. And so when my youngest daughter graduated, he called and said, you can't blame us, you're not raising us no more, it's time you follow your dream.
That's right.
And so there was a house I had been looking at, and it was way beyond what I could afford, it wasn't even close. But about 3 or 4 years later, after looking at this house for sale for 3 years, nobody bought it, something said, that house waiting on you.
I know that's right.
And so one day I passed by the house, and in my spirit said, call on that house. And I'm like, I can't afford that house. It said, call on that house. So I called, the price that went down considerably. I offered a lot less to know if it's God, it's gonna be mine. And so I made an offer, the bank accepted it.
Hey.
And so I started on that house, got in a car accident, broke my foot, renovating, doing demo with one foot on a knee walker. And so I still didn't finish that house, and another opportunity came up, and I bought the second house. And before I could finish that house, my son asked me to come to Chicago and work for him. So that's how we got those 24 projects done. And so in 2019, I was already in South Bend, driving back and forth to Chicago. I came back to South Bend, well, I still was living here, but I had 2 houses that wasn't finished. So the one that I thought was gonna take a couple months ended up taking a year. But 2 years ago, I finished that house and got that house sold for double what I put into it. So that was the beginning of my personal business, Revive Homes, renovating the house, getting started, and now my first house that I bought, I'm back to it, working on it.
Now, Alicia, you're a single mom, and I know your son is the joy of your life, and what fascinates me is how Alicia is very careful about balancing family and work. But tell us a little bit about your journey, because you had some medical training, and but you ended up in a cleaning business.
So the name of my business is Quality Clean Professional Services. I'm born and raised here in South Bend, Indiana. My son Riley, he's 8 years old. Out of high school, I started doing certification programs like CNA, QMA, pharmacy technician, that type of thing in the medical field. In my mind, that's where the money was. But after every certification, I realized that I'm still working a job. I'm still on somebody else's time. I'm still making somebody else rich. So in between my classes, getting certifications, I started to clean on the side for like accountants and small businesses and things like that. So before going to class, I was cleaning a building and then going to class, getting out of class, cleaning, that type of deal. In the beginning, it was really to just make ends meet. And then I met someone who pushed me more towards being an entrepreneur and owning my own. So I took that route instead.
And Alicia, I know you're a very humble person, but you're understating, you won some pretty good-sized contracts with some pretty big companies, haven't you?
Yes, I've been at Ethanol, Terminex, and a few apartment complexes. I got Indian Springs, Belleville, Elkhart, got River Run. I love Alicia and I'm inspired by her story, but she never talks about, she never mentions, it's like it does not exist. But you might notice she has a physical disability.
No.
A physical disability in a business, it's all heavy labor, right? Can you talk a little bit about making a go of things?
Yeah, in the beginning it was tough because you gotta get people to believe in you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then once they see that these hands work, they work. And my son was born with a physical disability as well, and I put that in him that don't tell me you can't do nothing.
Right.
Because even if you have to be assisted or do it in a different way, anything is obtainable. So.
One of the challenges that many of us face in the room is your network and how you grow your network and Barbara talked a little bit about the big role her family and her son played. Well, I'm going to stay with you for a minute, but her family played an instrumental role. In your case, you had a mentor that made a big difference. You want to talk about that?
Consuelo Hopkins was one of the first people I started cleaning for. And I also, as a child, not a child, but as a teenager, we worked at her office like during tax season and stuff like that. So she kind of taught us the game when we didn't want to be bothered with her.
Yeah.
So once she seen that, I was determined to be something great, working 2 or 3 jobs and overtime and steady obtaining certifications that wasn't getting me anywhere. She was like, "What are you doing?" And with my son was premature, so I had to call off. I was going from hospital to specialist, to make sure my baby was good. So I really couldn't work a full-time set schedule. So that's where the cleaning act came into play to fill that void. So she kind of pushed me like, well, you a boss, you got that attitude, you have the ambition to run your own, to do your own thing. So maybe you should consider that. So I started off small with just myself as a sole proprietor and grew into an LLC.
All right.
So Barbara, you can give it. So Barbara, I want to get both of your take on this, but one of the issues that I spoke briefly on today is how important discipline is, and the first step in discipline is separating your personal expenses from the business expenses. Can you is that a lesson you had to learn the hard way, or is it something you kind of knew from the start? Or?
Something I kind of knew from the start. I'm a numbers person. So it's just in my blood, numbers. I love balancing stuff and getting stuff right. And coming from sharecropping, you don't have much, so you got to learn how to use what you got really carefully. And so even before I started business, I've always, since I've been married 42 or 3 years, and so from day one, I had a budget sheet. I would write down, even at 20-something years old, how much money I made, how much money my husband made, how much business expense was. I have budget sheets for 40 years every single month. I'm wired that way.
Yeah.
And so for my business, when I started my business right away, I knew even before I had any money making money, I knew whatever money I had that I was going to use in my business, I needed to do, because I'm also a tax person. I'm a volunteer income tax, it's called VITA program. I have ran that program at United Way for 7 years. So I know the importance of keeping money separate when it's in your business for tax purposes. So what I did when I first started my business, even when I was working for my son, he insisted that I get a business and I set it up as an LLC, even before he started paying me anything. Mom put $20 in the account, so when I start paying you, you can keep it separated, and so you don't pay taxes on money that you don't already use. And so I set up a business. I went to Secretary of State, did it myself online, $80. Set that up.
It's 95 now.
It's 95 now. And so then I went to Chase Bank, opened the account, and then you have to have the tax ID number and all that kind of stuff. So I did that even without making money, and knew renovating a house, you're not gonna make money for a while.
Yeah.
But the account is open and it's sitting there. So when I started working for my son, as he paid me, he automatically deposited the money into my account. And because I was married, didn't have to pay a whole lot of the house bills, I was able to leave a lot of that money in there, because in my heart and in my mind, I know this is setting me up for the business that I want to start on my own. So I left a lot of that money in there, and I was able to do that only because I was married and my husband was paying bills. But I still took some out and helped contribute. And so when I started working for my son, I had a little nest egg in there, and that enabled me to start paying. And when Dr. Morris was showing cash in, cash out, there was a year of cash out that was steady dwindling, but because I was good at knowing where my money was and knowing and cheap with cost and using a whole lot of sales product, not just going by the first thing I see. I love luxury stuff, but I'm not paying luxury prices.
That's right.
So I wait stuff go on clearance twice. And then I buy it, and then I use it. It takes a lot longer that way.
Yeah.
You don't do it overnight. You gotta wait till the sale come up. But that's how I got my business in renovation, because it's an expensive business.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say you can't do it. I'm living witness you can.
That's right.
Because I used whatever little money I had to go buy a 2x4 for $2 or $3. And I used that $2 or $3 2x4 till I could buy 10 more. And so you don't have to do it all like everybody else. Do it your way. Whatever way your pennies can stretch it, stretch it.
So, it's like a church revival. They like to clap.
Damn.
Right?
That's right.
So if I could just stay with that for a moment. So early on, you had a business bank account separate from your personal bank account. In the day-to-day of your life, when you're driving your car around or you're picking up stuff, how do you separate what's personal from what's business?
Well, for me, I did spreadsheet on Excel. And every time I bought, like personal, I didn't keep track of groceries or nothing like that. I knew what the grocery was. That was money that I didn't have to worry about writing off, so I didn't keep track of that. But when I did business, I used my debit card to go buy product. And every receipt I got, what I would do, I would come back and I'd lay it on the table, and at the end of the week, I would get that Excel, that computer, and I would have that spreadsheet set up, and if it was Lowe's, Menards, Home Depot, or whatever, I would do screws, tools, doors, windows. I had categories for everything that I would buy, and if I bought a new product and I didn't have a category, because of the spreadsheet, I'd create that category. And I would literally put the date, the place I bought it, and what I used it for. So at the end of the year, I could do the total screws that I bought, the total tools that I bought. And I did it all that way because, like I said, I'm a numbers person, kind of a geek at that kind of stuff. So I love to know where my money's at. And so I only spent money out of that business account for that business. And then when I would like buy gas or something like that, it didn't always come out the business, but I would do the receipt. And I would keep the receipt, how much I paid for the gas, and how many miles I went, what the business purpose was for. And so that's how I track that.
What do we call that? Paper trail, paper trail, paper trail. Even if it's electronic trail, some kind of trail.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting listening because you're basically saying, I might make one sale a year.
That's it.
So your income statement really isn't as important as your cash flow statement in that business. Whereas with the cleaning business, they're both important, but the income statement plays a prominent role. So,
Dr. Marsh, before you go, I just wanted to let people know, because I know keeping receipts is something that drives people crazy, because my husband has a business and I'm always saying, what a receipt, what a receipt. What made it easy for me when I did a receipt, you know, like copy paper?
Yeah.
I would get copy paper and I would staple the receipts to the copy paper, like sometimes 3, 4, sometimes 6, whatever would fit on it. A hole punch and punch a hole in it, and I got a binder this thick that as I put those receipts in, they order, no matter what it was for. I had my spreadsheet with the total amount. But if you're working with the IRS and you're writing this stuff off and they want proof, you don't have to worry about it, because if you got it on this sheet and then this binder, you got all these receipts on top of each other, put in the hole, you can go back and say, here you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Make it easy for yourself.
So Alicia, you, here we have a person that actually likes some of this stuff. You've never had a bookkeeping course, have you? No. But you've learned some pretty hard lessons about numbers. Can you talk a little bit about the whole separating things and tracking things, paper trails?
I can tell you what's gonna happen when you don't do it. Yeah. Okay, so with the cleaning business, on the commercial side of things, with the contracts, you get paid. You don't get paid when you finish the job. So you basically have to wait. It could be 45 days, 30 days, 90 days to a payday. So it's important that when you do receive income, that you keep track of what's going on, because when it's time to pay bills, you won't have that. When it's time to pay your employees, you won't have that. So then you have to borrow, steal, kill, you know, to get the money. But yeah, I learned the hard way that route. That's what also kind of made me go two routes. So with the commercial and residential. So on the residential side of things, I can fill in that gap when I'm doing jobs on a daily basis and getting paid at the end of those jobs. Yeah. And like she said, going into the business account and then using that business debit card to pay for your business supplies and expenses. So when you don't look at the numbers, you could be literally, or not separating your money, you could be spending your personal and business on your business. So then what you gonna do about your house? You know what I mean? So it's very important to just keep track so you can have control over the chaos.
So what are some mistakes you made? Things you had to learn the hard way?
Procrastinating. waiting to the last minute. Real bad.
So with your, go ahead.
I don't have a binder with receipts. Mine is in Kroger bags. So, and then, yeah, Miss Duran, the tax lady, she don't like that, but. But I do got my 3 sheets, so, you know, that helps her, and she had long talks with me, but, you know. But, it's important to stay on top of that, though, just to know that all your work, like you could be working for the whole month and then you tracking your expenses and your income, and then you get to the next month, you're like, okay, I only got X amount of dollars, but I need supplies. I done hired 2 more people, so I gotta make sure I can cover that payroll. Then I got 45 to 90 days to wait on the payments from last month. Like, you know, so you just gotta have control. The numbers play a major part so you can see what's actually happening.
So employees is an issue everybody will come to at some point. And how many folks you employ right now?
Now, I got a team of 4. I had 6, but you know.
And if we could go back to hiring that first employee, what did the numbers have to tell you? What that's a big step. I gotta make that paycheck every week. So what'd you go through?
So, before you can hire your first employee, you have to make sure that you're okay, that the business is okay, that you're able to afford, you know, what you have going on and taking on extra. So, that's where the bidding process come into. On certain jobs, when you know what you're dealing with, your overhead, your expenses, your payroll, wages, supplies, different things like that, you can come up with a formula so that when you're placing the bids, you get what you need plus a profit margin. So usually what I do is I gotta pay so-and-so X amount of dollars. It's gonna take this long on the job for this many days. Plus I wanna make 10-15% off of this job. So you kind of come up with the numbers in that way. And then some months you might not pay as much, and then some other months you might overpay. So like the sheet say, you could profit 1 month 10, 15,000, then the next month you might be at $30. You know what I mean? You just gotta know the numbers.
So when you first started, you know, you're cleaning. And so to clean, you need Windex or whatever you need mops, were there some expenses that you didn't anticipate or expenses that proved to be more than you really thought they would be? Or did you always have, you were carrying insurance, you were doing all the things you needed to do?
Yeah, that was kind of a given, I guess you could say. Luckily, a cleaning business is probably gonna be your least expensive, like renovating houses, that's a major expense. Yeah. You know what I mean? But when I first started cleaning, I went to Family Dollar, got a basket full of supplies, and started cleaning like residentially that way. But once you get more in tune to it, you have to know like the chemistry of different products and what to use and what not to use on certain things. Like I seen a girl post a TikTok where she had cleaned a glass shower and sprayed like an acid cleaner on there and shattered the glass. Oh. A glass shower door is $1,500 for a door. You know what I mean? So, and that's also the importance of having insurance and being bonded. So if someone go into a place or something comes up stolen or ruined or broken, then the insurance cover that and, you know, eat that cost.
You had a story about one of your employees. Where you had a...
Oh, the thief? Okay, so that's another thing about hiring people. You don't really know. You know what I mean? Somebody can come in for an interview and they be top tier. You be like, yeah, okay, we vibing, you know. And you send them on the job with no supervision.
And they
But,
just that way.
but you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, so here's the story. So we doing a remodel at Fort Flex in Niles, and I hired this guy. He really good, real critique cleaner. Like everybody love him, good attitude. Somewhere down the line, his addiction took over, and I came to the job site, and they like, oh, can we speak to you? You know, type deal. I'm like, oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
So I go into the little trailer thing. They're like, oh, we got TVs missing, and tool bags missing, and all this other stuff. Okay, so you know,
What's they gonna do me?
yeah, like, what's up with that? And I don't know if I said, I'm gang about my squad. Like, you're not gonna tell me that my people stole them and you can't prove it. You know what I mean? So, it's hundreds of contractors, you know what I mean, working here. So, whatever. He on camera.
Oh my God. That's
I mean, just like you looking at me right now. And
oh my God.
I couldn't even defend him or nothing. I'm like, okay, so he going in the building, he looking around, look dead at the camera like, okay. So he go into the little contractor area, he steal the power tools, he bought power tools and saws and for what? And that's what it was. That was so crazy. So in the long run, the amount of the tools and stuff that went missing, you know, it wasn't necessary for me to file a claim, so I ended up having to write a check for like $500. Just so they wouldn't prosecute him and he'd go to jail, and then even worse, I lose my contract.
Yeah.
So, that's that on employees.
What questions would you like to ask me to us today?
Did you still pay that employee that week?
No.
Oh.
No way.
And I mean, he understood. When I talked to him, he came out and he was like, you know what, I got a problem, you know what I'm saying, I'm sorry, and whatever. But the craziest part is he sold the tools to my fiance.
Oh no.
I went home telling him the story, like, this what happened. He like, what color was the bag? He brought it to me, I'm like, Lord. But that's what you deal with, you know, and I mean, being an entrepreneur, being an entrepreneur is a blessing, but you have to realize that everybody don't think like you. Everybody don't move like you. Everybody don't have the same morals. Everybody don't, you know, they don't have the same skill, mindset, work ethics, things like that. You have to take people for who they are.
I have a question. It might not jive with what we talked about, but something you said stuck with me. You stated that you started as a just you. Yeah, and you worked yourself up to an LLC. I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around the concept of the LLC, because I'm just getting started, okay?
You can start as an LLC, just a single member LLC. The difference is, as a sole proprietorship, the business owner is reliable for all costs. So if anything happens, it falls back on you as a person. So when you have an LLC, which is limited liability company, then whatever you have going on falls back on the business. So you as a person still thrive as your own credit score, your own, you know, person. But all the costs and expenses and liabilities will fall back on your business name and not on your personal name. Also, as a LLC, you can add members. So like if you become a partnership or a franchise, then that's a better route to go.
So let me just touch on that real quick, okay? Because people spend ridiculous amount of time going, should I be a sole proprietor, should I be a partnership, should I be a C Corp, an S Corp? For most of you, especially if you don't have any partners, you're the sole owner. Indiana has a super sweet setup where you pay 95 bucks, it takes 15 minutes or so online, and you register what's called a single member LLC. Single member means owner. So, like when companies talk about stockholders, that's what they mean by member, okay? So you create a single member LLC, you're the sole owner, it costs 95 bucks and you're set. Limited liability, so if somebody uses your product and gets sick and has to have their stomach operated on, or somebody, you know, you do damage to their property accidentally, or they injure themselves on your stairs, or whatever it is. Who gets sued in this country? Anybody that people perceive have money. Limited liability means your liability is limited to the things the business owns. So they can come after anything in the name of the business. If you have a vehicle in the name of the business, you have a piece of machinery in the name of the business, you got a lathing machine in the name of the Revive Homes, they can take that to pay the money you owe. But they can't come after your personal assets. They can't come after your house, or your own car, or your dog, or anything you own. And that's the protection you want. You want to be a limited liability company. Other questions? We're down on time. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just curious about the renovation business, because you kind of say you fell into it, but it seems like you have to have a lot of training and knowledge. Like, what's your background where you would go into that?
Actually, it kind of surprised me too, because I never thought about renovation. I always wanted to be like office secretary, that kind of stuff. But when I built my house, when I had my house built, I actually was doing the drawings when I was about 20-something years old. And just, you know, on a piece of paper, what I want my house to look like one day when I retire. And I was 26, working at Liberty Mutual, and I had a friend sitting next to me. She go, Barbara, what you doing? I said, I'm drawing a house that I want to have one day. Way down the road, I'm thinking. And she said, why one day? Why not now?
That's right.
And I was like, well, it costs a lot of money, and I'm nowhere near that. She said, she was my same age. She said, I'm on my third house, building, third house at 20-something years old. She was like 28, and I was 24 at the time. She building her third house.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? And she said, just pursue it, Barbara. It don't cost that much. You're just doing a down payment. You're not paying for the whole thing. And so I was like, oh, that makes sense. And she said, you're only going to make the monthly payment. So me and my husband had Christmas Club accounts. And so we called a contractor. We showed him the little drawing I had on a piece of paper. And said, how much does this house cost? And he said, well, your house design is similar to one of our houses, and we have it on sale right now. I never even knew a brand new house went on sale. So this is God stuff.
Come on now.
And so he looked at the house and he said, well, it's gonna take about $5,000 down payment. Well, even with the Christmas Club, the most we was gonna have was $3,000. And so I signed the paper saying, yeah, I want it, thinking, you know, some kind of way I could come up with it. No one didn't know how, just trusting God. And so I got scared after 3, because you can cancel before 3 days. I called them back, I was like, we're not gonna be able to do this, because I can't see coming up with that other $3,000 to, you know, pay the rest of the $5,000. He goes, what if I write it off?
Oh, wow. Dang.
I'm like, you can do that? And he was like, sure I can. So I paid $2,000 down for a $70,000 ranch home, 3 bedrooms, bathroom, living room, dining room, the whole 9 yards. And got first-time home buyers at the time. And just that $2,000 got me started. Had already bought the land years before for about $1,000, I think. And so we got that house started for $2,000. Brand rich house. And so while I was in there, my father-in-law was a contractor that he did work on houses and stuff like that, but he didn't do mine because he was older at that time. But he helped us do the trim, he helped us do the staining and all that kind of stuff, and working with him on finishing like the little stuff that they allowed us to do. I just caught the bug. I just totally just,
She's like, I love this.
building something with my hands and seeing the results and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So the day I moved in that house, I'm standing it's in my bio somewhere. I'm standing in my living room looking at this sharecropper girl who used to go to an outhouse, have 2 bathrooms inside the house.
Yes.
And I said, Lord, I want to do this for some other young family.
Wow.
Me and my husband didn't have kids at the time. So I want to do this for some other young family. At 26 years old, that came out of my mouth.
Yes.
At 50-something, hadn't got started yet, is when my son said, Mom, it's time to start your time. And then when working with him, I'm in the John Hancock building on the 68th floor renovating the condo.
Dang.
Saying somebody pinched me because I must be drinking. I mean, no training on how to do this stuff, just a passion.
That's right.
Just something in me saying, I want to do this for people.
Yeah.
God opened up doors.
Yeah.
I mean, and I stepped in it. And he's still opening up doors. So I just want to tell anybody out there, if your business is your passion, if you believe in God at all, start listening for directions from where do I go?
That's right.
Because when he opened the door, you're going to have to hold up.
Now you know why I invited you. So we're down on time and we're gonna go right in. We've got a top expert gonna talk to you about using social media. But could you, I'm about ready to start kneeling down and praying. That was pretty good. One last piece of wisdom based on your experience, could you share something?
That's it.
For me, I just wanted to say, if you have a passion, if you're in your business and you have young children that you can influence, don't wait till you get successful before you start teaching your children what you're doing and letting them know that even at their young age, I have my 8-year-old and my 6-year-old grandkids helping me clean the house that I'm renovating.
That's right.
And I'm showing them how to sand and how to do stuff like this. So instill that into them so that they don't think they gotta just go work for somebody else. Even if they do, it's good to work for somebody to get that training, to learn that background. Anything you want to do that you don't know how to do, go get a job doing it.
Yes.
And then once you learn, start doing it, but please give back to the children.
Yes.
Give back to your friends who sitting down, don't know what to do. Encourage them, let them know just because you're doing it and they look at you like you doing such great things, let them know God made everybody on this earth with 2 legs, arms, and all this kind of stuff that we got with the same kind of mind. You can do whatever anybody else can do. You just got to find that niche that they found and keep doing it until you find it.
That's right.
Just be inspired. So look at yourself and your situation and know that you gotta do something different in order to be something better. And like she said, put it on your kids, let them know, okay, we got this business, we have this business, this is ours. You know what I mean? I do that with my son too. He's like, we going to work.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes, we are. We're not finna play Roblox either. We're gonna take the shirt shot. So, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. Everybody got that motivation that make you bring out that inner savage and put it to work. The first step is to get started.
That's right.
And you ain't gonna always win in the beginning. Take them hits, take them punches, but you gotta keep it moving. I say just keep swimming. That's what I always say. So, I don't know, be inspired. Keep a positive attitude.
It's one of my favorite ideas of yours.
Be inspired. Oh, that inner savage.
Inner savage.
here. That inner savage is that I don't care what you talking about, I'm trying to get this. Like, I done been there before, I done did that, I done kicked it with y'all, that didn't end up in this, you know what I mean? I want better for my kids. I want to see my kids in a better position, have a better childhood, be in a better mind space than what's going on out here, you know? Just to be positive, pass on them high vibrations.
I know, that's right.
When you get a roadblock, when you're looking for help, when you're looking for people to do and work for you, and they look at you like you're crazy, like what you're asking can't be done.
Man, ask somebody else.
Start looking at what they're saying can't be done is because they can't do it.
Yeah.
And find somebody who can, or find your own way to do it. In construction, you find everything you ask to be done, they look at you like you're crazy, like, that can't be done, that's not how you, it's like, okay, fine, thank you. Because I know it can be done, I've seen it done.
Yeah.
Even when I haven't, if it's an idea that I have, it can be done, you just gotta find how to do it. So don't take no for an answer or can't for an answer.
Yeah.
Find a way. That person is no because they don't know.
Right, that's right.
So we want to thank both of these ladies for sharing their journeys with us and giving up their Saturdays to be with us, work days probably, but a big round of applause. Again, I'm being really bad today on time management, but we're going to slip right into this special session on social media. We've got the founder and entrepreneur himself of Dojo. Dojo Creative is a very successful ad agency here in town, and so Doug Elder is going to come up and get us marketing expert. He's a big supporter and has a passion for this program and for the business that we're trying to start. What I've asked him to do is to talk specifically about social media. You know, many of the entrepreneurs in the program tend to think, well, I don't need to worry about marketing, I'll just use social media and it's free. Well, it's a little more complicated than that. And so some wisdom from somebody who lives in this world, Doug Elder.
Thanks, Mike. I just want to thank everybody for joining me today and being here today. And just also to congratulate you guys on finding the courage to be crazy enough to start a business. I too am a crazy son of guns as well. But about 6 years ago, I was in your shoes, and it's scary. It's crazy scary. But you know, I think the lady that was up here before me, she said that, you know, you got to find that fire and push forward, and have the confidence in yourself. And I think Lydia also said, you know, you're going to get knocked around and get punched in the face and thrown down, and you got to pick yourself up and knock the dust off and get back out there and get back in it. And definitely, you know, I've got the scars to prove it. You know, I respect everybody sitting here in this room for having that courage. That's a lot. So I mean, pat yourselves on the back for even making it here. I'm going to kind of start with my story. I think everybody also too, when you guys present yourselves to new clients, you need to tell your story. Why are you different? Why you? Why your service? What makes you different? Okay, that's a really big thing. I think I went through leadership a couple years ago, and they said, you know, if they know you, they won't hate you. You know, I mean, if they know your story and know where you're coming from, they'll identify. And if you've got a unique story to tell, that helps, which will enter into branding. Now, Mike has asked me to speak today on social media. Social media is just one component. And I'll kind of go into that a little bit later, but I'll kind of start off with my story. Grew up in Edwardsburg, right down the road, tiny little farm town, a couple lakes. My dad owned a pharmacy, and he was an independent pharmacist, which, remember this. And my mom was a school teacher, and my dad was an independent pharmacist, and we would drive prescriptions to old people they couldn't get out of their house, and I hated it because I was a selfish teenager, and I worked at my dad's store. He'd be like, "Oh, we got to drive this to Mrs. Smith's house," and at 7 o'clock at night, the store's closed, and I'm like, "Dude, I want to go home and play video games."
Yeah.
And later in life, I'm like, "How cool is that?"
Yeah.
Like CVS and Walgreens doesn't do that. You know, somebody walking in that didn't have money in their pocket, and their kid's got a broken arm, and they need a splint. My dad would be like, "Here you go."
Yeah.
Now, that didn't fare well in like the late 90s. He was pushed out by CVS and Walgreens right down the road in Granger, opened up, and everybody sees this bright new shiny thing and they want to rush down there. And also you mix that with insurance reimbursements, and basically my dad had to file bankruptcy on his store. And I remember that because it sucked, you know, and I was like, why? You know, like, and so that has kind of enabled, it's kind of like the David and Goliath story. You know, I like seeing the little guy. We work with Fortune 500 companies, we work with Notre Dame, we work with different high-end education, we work with people that you've seen ads on TV that I can't tell you about because I've signed an NDA, but we did the work. But who I really like working with is I like taking the little guy and making him look like a Fortune 500 company. And that's because of my dad. And you know, and I like seeing the little guy win. And you know, that's kind of, I was the little guy when I started out. You know, I was crazy enough, like you guys, just go out and start my own business. And I've got a great story that'll kind of lead into that. But like I was a young kid growing up in Edwardsburg. I knew I wanted to get the hell out of here and go someplace warm. I went to art college in Miami. I had a son, and I made so many mistakes in high school. I mean, I got caught selling pot in high school. I was really good in sports, but you know, I definitely made my share of mistakes. When I was 16 years old, I found out I was going to be a dad.
Yeah.
A kid having a kid. Okay. So then, at 17, I had my son, and but I knew that I wanted to go on to bigger and better things, and I knew that I wanted to travel the world, and I knew I wanted to create. And this guy, this mentor, a guy by the name of Rick Sheffer, and he's still my business mentor. And his wife is this fancy fundraiser all over town. They're just like this awesome power couple, and he gave me an internship, and I was on the wrestling team with his son. He goes, "Doug, what are you going to do with your life?" And I go, "I don't know." I said, "Maybe go play football at Michigan State." He goes, "Yeah, but what are you going to do as a career?" And I said, "I don't know." He said, "What do you like to do?" And I said, "I don't know." And kind of going back to what the lady said earlier, you got to give back. Now this guy, I would see him, he'd pull up in his Mercedes wrestling meets, he'd walk in with his beautiful wife, he's dressed to the nines, and I'm like, dude, this guy's awesome. I'm like, I want to be like this guy. So he walks into my dad's store and he's asking me, like, what do I want to do? And I got myself into a lot of trouble, and I thought this guy's going to walk up and be all judgy to me. And he took an interest in me. And so, anyhow, long story short, he says, you know, he goes, what do you like? And I was like, I don't know. I like design. I like art. He goes, well, I own an ad agency. I go, okay. And he's like, you know that you can get out of school. And then when I heard get out of school, I was like, yeah, okay.
Do that.
He's like, you can get out of school and you can come work for me for credits your senior year. And I was like, yeah. So I've got long hair at the time. And he's like, come to my office at this date. And I walked in there, and I kind of walked in there, and no eye contact. And he goes, hey, when you talk to me, look me in the eye.
Yes.
And I was like, okay. And, you know, I was kind of startled. And he goes, listen. He goes, I want you to write out goals for this week. I want you to write goals out for the month. I want you to write goals out for the year. I want you to write goals out for 5 years. I want you to write goals out for 10 years. I'm like, okay. So he said, I want you to come back in a week and I want you to interview. Something clicked in my mind. And I was like, I went out, I cut my hair, I went to JCPenney's and bought the nicest, it was crummy at the time, nicest shirt and tie I could buy. And I went in there and I wrote out my goals. And I was like, I want to do this, and I want to do this. And it was like this light bulb coming on in my head. And he said, now you need to go and you need to take this college class this summer. And I'm like, God dang. I'm like, this guy's got a tall list for me. And so I went and I took the first design class, which was a program. Everything was coming out of paste up and like old school, like they used to take photos of like make brochures and stuff like that back in the day. And this was one of the first programs. I'm dating myself. I'm 44 years old. But I was like 17, 18 years old, taking college classes as a high schooler to learn this program, Quark Express, to like basically become a graphic designer, okay? I'm getting in there and I'm like, dude, I love this. And I was like, it's hard and it's challenging and I'm learning. And so I went through it, he and I are still great friends to this day, but he gave me a shot. And he said, so what are you gonna do now? So now I'm like senior year and I'm applying to, I'm like, where the hell am I gonna go to college? My football scholarship, that had kind of gone away. So I was like, God, so I get this brochure from this place in Miami. It's called International Fine Arts College. There's kids sitting around palm trees, and I was like, I want to go there. So, and I'm poor, man. I'm like, I'm like, my parents were, my dad just filed bankruptcy. I'm like, big dreams, what's the saying? Champagne taste on a beer budget. That was me. But I knew I wanted to go there. And so you tell me one thing. This is something that I think everybody has in this room. Tell me I can't do it and watch me.
That's right.
So anyhow, I end up going down there to college. I can't live in the dorms because I've got a kid. So then I have to find this crummy apartment in the ghetto, in the hood. I mean, and we're talking Miami. Miami's scary. And so I moved my brother and my dad moved me down there, and I'm like sitting there and I'm watching stolen cable. I rigged up something, watching stolen cable and drinking 40s from the local liquor store, waiting for school to start. And I went to the first thing where you meet all the other kids, and I met this kid from New York, and here's another thing. And this guy he's this little Korean dude, and he's like, dude, what are you doing? Let's go get a sandwich afterwards. I was like, dude, I'm like, I don't have any money, man. I'm like, I can't even afford a sandwich, I couldn't even afford a cable. And he sits me down and he goes, you know what, Doug? He goes, nobody's gonna be your friend. Nobody's gonna come knock on your door. Nobody's gonna come give you a job. Nobody's gonna come give you it. He's like, you gotta get out there and hustle and you gotta sell yourself. And I was like, oh, like another light bulb goes on, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. So I go down, I went down, and I had like $30 in my bank account. I went down to South Beach, drove my car, and I had like literally $30 in my bank account, and I think I had $1 in quarters, and I put my last dollar into the parking meter so they wouldn't tow my car. And I walked down Ocean Drive, which is the most iconic strip in South Beach. It's like got all the neon and stuff like that. And I walked down there. And what that guy told me was just the fire under my ass to push me forward. And I went and I got a job. And I went in and I said, hey, I'm a kid from the Midwest. I'm like, yeah, half the people are speaking Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. And I'm like, going in there and they hired, the second place they hired me. So I'm feeling this wind underneath in my back. And that pushed me through, and I ended up helping me. I paid my college tuition off, bartending in South Beach, learning graphic design and stuff like that. So I'm in Miami. It's my senior show. I've got all my work out there. Meantime, my dad dies. Tragically, a heart attack. My dad was like my hero. I hated him. I loved him.
Same.
But like he was always the one that was like, you got to do this, And So I've gone through all this tragedy, and I graduated, and when my dad died, I said, you know what, I'm gonna get straight A's. And I graduated magna cum laude, and I paid off my college tuition, bartending, and I was just so focused on my studies. Now, there's all these rich kids from 60 different countries coming to the school, and they're flunking out and doing this, and I'm like, eyes on the prize, because it's my money. And I earned it. And so I put a value on my education, and I just wanted, and that's something that you guys need to see. Like, we've got a saying at Dojo, like I've got a business partner. So Dojo Creative is just Doug and Josh. There's no like martial arts weird stuff. And we call our business our baby. You gotta take care of your baby. Okay? So anyways, long story short, I'm at my senior show. These guys walk in from all the big ad agencies are checking it out, and I get a call, and they're like, hey, we'd like to meet with you. I get the job. I'm 21, maybe 22 years old, working at this national ad agency. I'm driving to work, I'm on I-95 driving to work, and I'm like, I designed that. I did that, you know?
Yeah.
And so my career is like really, really taken off, you know? I mean, like I'm doing stuff for the Florida Keys, I'm doing stuff for the Miami Heat, you know, national ad campaigns and I'm 20 some years old doing this stuff. And also too, I had this creative director from Chicago that had moved down there. And I was the guy that like, was always like, hey, can I work on this pitch? Can I work on this pitch? And he's like, dude, just shut up, leave me alone. And I would always like ask him, I'm like, hey, let me work on this pitch. Finally, he's like, dude, just shut up, fine, I'll let you work on it. They chose my ad campaign. And that was, you always have to have that like push, you know? And so anyways, I push forward at the ad agency. Now meanwhile, my son, me and his mom were kind of back and forth, and moved her down, and then she moved away. My son was back here, I'm working at this ad agency, I'm doing all this cool stuff, but like hard, you know, like my son's up here. So I basically knew that I needed to move back. I knew I didn't want to live around here, so I moved to Chicago. Now this is post 9/11, and I'm thinking, I'll walk into J. Walter Thompson, BBDO, or someplace, and throw my portfolio down, hey, check out my stuff, and they'll put me on a chair and carry me around the room. And it was post 9/11, and I'm going in and I'm interviewing, I'm dropping my portfolio down, and they're like, this is good stuff, but we just laid 30 art directors off yesterday. So economy, man, you gotta keep in touch with the economy, because you can be the best and still not be wanted. So anyhow, I was like, I just bought this condo in Wrigley, and I was like, shit, I gotta pay for this. And I'm trying to figure that out. So I hustle, and I'm like, I gotta start my own ad agency. I'm like, if nobody's gonna hire me, I gotta make money. So I go out and I start meeting people, and I'm like a one-man band. I'm like doing it, you know, I'm like going out, meeting with the clients, and then going and doing the work, and doing the photo shoots, and doing it soup to nuts, you know? And right around that time, I kind of figured out I love the front end, and I like kind of talk to people. I'm like, that's my passion. I was a great designer. I mean, don't get me wrong, I won national awards for like my design work, but I was like, God, that's where my passion is like meeting with people and helping put together a plan. So I'm working at this ad agency, I started my own ad agency, and I'm doing stuff for the Chicago Trib, the Sun Times, and right around then, the internet comes along. And it's no longer magazines, it's the internet. Like, what the hell, you know, and I'm like, you know, I had like an AOL account back in the day.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But I'm also like, I don't want to ride a dinosaur through my career.
Right.
So I'm like, you have to be adaptive. That's another thing too that I'm gonna, tell you guys. Don't be afraid of change. Especially if change is coming. Change is gonna come. You know what I mean? So I start learning web. I was versed in print. Print was like, I'm like, knew everything. It was a killer designer. Here's this new technology of the internet. I'm like, what the hell is this? You know, and I'm like, So I start just thrusting myself towards it. And I had this client called Chicago Scene, and it was awesome. I mean, I've had some great clients through my career. I mean, I'm like 23, 24 years old, living in downtown Chicago and working for this nightlife magazine. I'm out 6 nights out of the week. There's a new bar, restaurant, nightclub opening in Chicago. I get to go. Not only do I get to go, but there's a line outside, and I get out of the cab, and they're like, Doug, come on in. And I'm like, wow, this is awesome. So everything, again, I've been blessed. And, I believe you always have to have faith in a higher power, And I've been blessed. I've been blessed through my entire career, kicks in the face and all. So everything's fine. I'm in Chicago, my son's coming out, for the summers. I'm an hour and a half away. I can get home for his parent-teacher conferences and stuff. And this is where something happens. I get a call from an agent. She goes, hey, we saw your stuff, and have you ever thought about moving to California? Yeah, like every day. I was like, I hate the weather here. It's terrible. And she goes, so anyways, so I sell my condo, I move out to California, the closing goes long, the job falls through. If you know anything about living in Chicago, you don't have a car. Like, I sold my Jeep like the first week. I'm like, there's no parking, and you just take a cab, you get on the L, whatever. So I'm like driving. I pack all my stuff into this U-Haul truck, and it was like reverse Beverly Hillbillies. I'm like driving out to LA in this big truck with all my stuff, and a buddy of mine from Chicago had moved out there, and I had everything had fallen to hell because the condo closing was late and everything like that. I missed the job and moving out there. So I'm scrambling. She finds me all these gigs, and I'm freelancing. And I call my buddy, and I'm living on his couch in Hermosa Beach, which is, it's pretty awesome. But again, I'm hustling. I'm having to hustle. And so living in LA, I lived in LA long enough to know that I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And she sends me, she calls me up one day, and she goes, hey, I got this gig up in Santa Barbara. She goes, they really like your experience in internet, and it's Hispanic Business Journal. And I'm not Hispanic.
Yeah.
I'm like, I was like, did they surely get the right guy? And I go up and I meet with them, and they were taking their magazine, which was a Fortune 500 magazine. They had Ford in their advertising. They had all these big players, and they were taking that into digital. And it was redesigning the magazine and redesigning the website. And they got this thing for you. And I was like, I don't know. And I'm like really kind of thinking like I made a mistake, like moving to California. The traffic was terrible. The people were terrible. Everybody's like trying to climb over you. And she goes, Doug, just go check it out. And I get my, she goes, you got a Jeep, right? And I'm like, yeah. She goes, just drive up there. Call me when you get up there. I was like, I don't know. Like, whatever. All right, fine. So I drive up there, and I'm driving up the coast, and I come over this grade. It's like one of these like moments that I remember for the rest of my life. You have to be open. You have to be open to possibilities.
Yeah.
Because like I was thinking, I'm like, this weird hippie, I'm not going up there. And I come up over this grade, and I look down the coast, and I can see forever, and it's like the mountains meeting the ocean, and I'm driving up the 101, and there's people surfing towards me. There's like dolphins like swimming alongside, and I'm like, this is amazing. So anyways, I get up there, and I do the project. I don't want to go back to LA, and I kept picking up this magazine called the Santa Barbara Independent. It's a national news publication. And I went in there as a graphic designer. And I was like, God, it's a great publication. The whole time I was up there, I was checking it out. And I was getting ready to head out of town on my last day. And for some reason, I had a suit on, had my portfolio with me. And I'm getting ready to get on the entrance for the 101, and I see the Santa Barbara Independent thing. I said, you know what? Threw my Jeep in a parking spot, walked in there. Lady at the front counter was like, can I help you? This guy comes out and he's from Chicago. And we sit there and BS about Chicago for 2 hours, and he says, "Do you want a job?" And I said, "I love a job." At that point, I was ready to like work at Kmart, you know, and live in Santa Barbara. So, anyways, spent 7 years there. Redesigned the Santa Barbara Independent, took them out of print into digital. Did such a good job. Another news organization hired me as a consultant. Everything is just cranking along good. But my son's back here, and I was doing the long distance parenting thing. So I'm like, you know, like career's going great, but you know, it's like riding 2 horses with one ass. You can't do it. You know what I mean? You can't do it well. But anyways, so my son comes out and he's having issues. He's just started high school. He was cutting himself. And I said, either you're moving out here or I need to move home. 3 months later, I'm packing my stuff and I'm heading home. And I'm thinking I'm committing career suicide. I'm leaving everything cool, sunshine, palm trees, everything behind. Oh man, but I'm like, I'm moving back to the cold weather and I'm like, this is gonna suck. And so I moved back and I took a job in radio, which Tiffany actually worked with me at there. She's sitting in the audience today. But I took a job in radio and I had a client that had this ad agency, and she was cool and she was like, "God, you're good." And I was like, "You guys are doing great design." So I jumped in working with her. We took off like a bat out of hell. It was called Monkey House. It was over by the farmer's market. Okay. So I'm working well with her, building the hell out of her company, and I said, "Listen, you got me for 5 years. I had this 5-year plan: move home, get the kid into college, get the heck out of here." I was like, "You got me for 5 years. Here I am 12 years later, now I own a business and a building." And so it's funny how life is. So anyways, at the end of the 5-year mark, she comes to me and she says, "Hey Doug, I want you to take over the business." We try to figure that out. Stressful time of my life. You know, part of an advertising byproduct is, you know, I'm 6 years sober. But I quit. I quit drinking right around this time. We couldn't buy the ad agency out. She wanted $500,000 for a name. I was like, "Lady, you're crazy." I was like, "Thank you, but no thanks." I said, "I'll just stay on as an account executive." And I'm like, I've already got like resumes out to Google. I'm thinking I'm moving back to California. And then she's making me think about like buying this company. And like all of our clients were our friends. I had brought in like all the clients from Notre Dame, from like top healthcare in the area, had brought all these people in, and I'm like looking at them, and I'm like, I would bend over backwards for your clients. That's another thing too. You need to really take care of your clients. And so, anyways, long story short, crazy stuff happens. All this crazy stuff happens. A failed engagement. I was engaged. We lost a baby. I mean, everything bad, and I'm trying to stay sober. And right around that time, then she sells the company to this crazy guy. This guy comes in and is just destroying everything that I built and my business partner now. And he comes in and he's like, "Hey, you know, you're gonna have to sign a non-compete." I'm like, "Buddy, I'm not signing a non-compete." And so I said, "Listen," I said, "if we can't do business on a handshake," and I said, "if you don't trust me, I really shouldn't be working here." And me and him were like, hated each other. Because I'm like, I was supposed to buy the company, and then he's coming in. He comes in and he's axing people left and right that I had handpicked, and built this family of creatives doing really, really great work at Monkey House. And it gets down to me, and he pulls me into the office one day. He goes, "Listen, we need to talk." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "You need to sign this non-compete, or I'm gonna need to fire you." And I'm like, "I'm not signing that. I'm not signing it." And by this time, he's really, really destroying a lot of everything that I've built, and all the great work, and we've got all this work on the books and nobody to do it. I'm like, "What the hell is this guy doing?" And I'm seeing this void of all my clients, all my friends, in this opportunity. which is kind of probably similar to something that like was one of the fire under everybody's ass sitting in this room of there's an opportunity here that I can do. So anyways, I'm like, well, looks like you're gonna need to fire me then. I was like, you owe me about $80,000. I'll take the summer off, spend it on my boat, hang out with my dog. That's fine. And he brings in my business partner. And I was working with this guy, and he was a better designer than I was. I mean, my business partner now, Josh Harmon, is just a stand-up dude. He's raised 2 daughters by himself. One of them's not even his. The lady took off, and that just shows you his moral character. I'm like, I trust this guy. We fight like 2 old women, but at the end of the day, we get along, and we see eye to eye on design. We see eye to eye on what's right. So if you guys do have business partners, make sure that they have the same moral character as you. Make sure that they have the same eyes on the process. Anyways, long story short, we end up, he comes in to be the witness as this crazy son of a gun's firing me. And I'm just laughing. I'm like, this guy's gonna fire me. I'm like, he's gonna lose his golden goose. And Josh is laughing, and this guy fires me. And so anyways, I grab my stuff and head out the door. 5 minutes later, Josh calls me. He's like, hey, when we had been meeting on the weekends talking about like starting a company. He goes, you ready to go? I said, let's do it. Woo! So here we go. And that week, I went out. I saw a lady talking about incorporation. I didn't even know. So here's 3 golden nuggets too for starting a business. Get a good lawyer. Get a good CPA. Dead body in the back of your trunk.
Right.
You can call them and say, where are we burying this at?
Breaking bad.
You're not going to tell anybody, right? People that you can trust. People that you can be yourself with.
Yes.
People that know you. People that support you. People you feel comfortable with. So that's number 1. So anyways, we go and get incorporated. My business partner is like, dude, he was kind of like, I'll do this with you, but he's like, you gotta promise me $100,000. I don't have $100,000 laying around. I'm like, bro, come on. I'm like, come on, man. So I went to my bank who I got my mortgage. I had some equity in my house. I was like, hey, Andy, I'm like, I got, and banker too, a good banker. So I go to my banker and I'm like, hey, I got a crazy idea. I'm like, we're starting a business. He goes, dude, that's cool. He gets all excited. And he's like, what are you gonna call yourself? And I'm like, I don't know, like Elder and Harmon and Elder. And he's like, wait, what's your business partner's name? And I was like, Josh. He's like, what about Dojo? And I'm like, dude. I'm like, right, so yes. So we start the first day out of the gates. I start selling. Now, meanwhile, the other guy is like calling me and threatening me and calling me and threatening Josh. 1 minute he's calling me and saying, I'm gonna sue you. The next minute he's calling saying, will you do freelance for me? This guy's skits. But I knew I was like, push him into the rear view and be done. And again, so going back to a lawyer, I had a buddy of mine who was friends with my dad. His dad was the town lawyer. My dad was the town pharmacist. He's now the town lawyer. I'm sitting with him, and I'm like, look, can I legally do this? I didn't sign a non-compete. He goes, you're fine. And he goes, and so then what happens is all of the past clients are walking into Monkey House, and they're being like, where's Doug at? Where's Josh at? And this guy's decimated the entire company. And this he's full of and people are seeing it, and they're calling me, and I'm getting like Facebook messages, I'm like, of all these other clients. And they're like, people walked in and they were like looking for me and my business partner. Yeah. And they're like, so then I go to my lawyer and I'm like, dude, these people are contacting me. I'm like, I don't know whether I can do work for them. And he looks at it and pulls up like a legal, case and stuff like that. He's like, you're totally fine. Yeah. we picked up 90% of the business.
That's right.
It wasn't me calling them, it was just them calling me.
That's the work you did.
And so if you do a good job, it'll come. So anyways, so here we are, we're six years in business. This happened 6 years ago, okay? We haven't screwed too many things up. We try to be good dudes. We're a staff now of 7 people. We do stuff for national clients. We do stuff for mom and pop clients. And I treat them all the same. And then it's all the same pricing. And so anyways, we're in business now. What we do, okay, so Dojo Creative, and kind of get into the whole point of why I'm here to talk. And Mike asked me to talk on social media. Social media is just one component of an arsenal of what you need to be doing, okay? We have kind of a pathway. Actually, I'm gonna draw pictures. I'm very right-brained, so I need to see things. We have kind of an approach to working with our clients. We come and we meet, we assess, and we ask them weird questions, and we get to know them, and we figure out what drives them, and we take a full-on assessment of everything that they're doing in their industry. We look at their competition, and we look at we pick things up, turn it on their head, stand in the corner, and put our hand on our chin and stare at it, look at it like that. We look at it from all different paradigms, and then we go back and we brainstorm, and we sit and we talk about, okay, they got this looks good, that looks good, and we kind of come up with a game plan. But I'll kind of let you guys in on the special sauce on how we do that. We start with brand. Now, does anybody in this room know what brand is?
Yes.
Brand is everything that's in your soul is starting this business. You know, is it a color? Is it your favorite color? Is it something that identifies to, you know, is it red because of the blood in your veins? Is it, is it gold, is it gold because you want, things that you identify. What do you want to present to your clients? How do you want to present this? Brand, the main thing with brand is your logo. You start with your logo. Take a look at your logo. So when they see it driving on a truck or something like that, they can squint their eyes and they're like, oh, okay, I understand. I see what you're doing. I see you, So you start with brand and you kind of work through brand. And this is kind of how we work with our clients. So your logo needs to speak to everything that you're doing. And people need to identify. Your clients need to identify what the hell you do. And it needs to be quick. And it needs to be boom. They need to be able to get it. Okay, we start with brand. From there, we're moving into website. Now I know Mike has asked me to speak on social media. Think of it in the analogy of this. I love to speak in analogies. Think of it in the analogy of this, okay? You're going fishing, you're hungry, you need to eat, you need clients. You've got a boat. This boat is your website, okay? You've got different lines that you can cast out to catch fish. Where are you trying to drag those fish back? The boat. Okay? So, through this, you have social. This can be anybody in this room. Start spouting out some social media platforms. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn.
Yeah.
LinkedIn. That's one that, as a business owner, that you need to think about. So, okay, you need to have a personal account on each. Personal account. That's Gregory's personal Facebook account. That's where you're connected with your mom, your kids, everything like that. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? Personal. That's my personal little thing on the internet. Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Such and such got a new dog. I like that photo. Cool. That's your personal stuff. You also need to go out and claim your business, your baby. So you need social for personal on, it's called LinkedIn, anything that you can imagine. Think of it in the analogy of you're building a city, and how do you get people to the city? You're creating roads. The more roads, the more people are gonna come. So you need to set up LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok, if it's applicable. Instagram. I could draw about like 50 different arrows. Okay? Now through the website, we have an interesting kind of approach on how we do digital marketing. Again, think of the analogy of the boat. You got all these different lines in the water, and you're trying to drag them back to this, to the website. Why are we trying to drag them back to the website? Because there's more information on every aspect of your business for your website. It should talk about it. Now, website development can be expensive. There's different ways that you can do it. You can set up a Wix account, you can set up all this other stuff. But we build custom websites. There's different websites out there. What we do is we take a dojo, we take a different approach. We sit down with the client, we're gonna ask you some crazy, we're gonna get to know you. And honestly, you should get to know all of your clients and learn everything about them on how to serve them better. So within the website, we'll come up with a site map, and it'll, first and foremost, what is your value proposition? What are you offering to people? What are you selling? What is your SKUs? Do you know what a SKU is? Like what is like Gregory? What do you do?
I design videos for musicians.
Okay, very cool. So, do you have a website?
No.
How are you showcasing?
Basically through friends, word of mouth, that kind of thing.
Okay.
That's why I'm just getting started out.
No, absolutely. Everybody is like, we're on the path. We're at different parts of the path. Okay. I'll get through this, and there'll be a list. And Gregory would be probably maybe. Do you have a logo? Do you have a brand? Okay, so Gregory's probably like right here on the path. With my company, you can jump in anywhere, because I want to be able to serve everybody. You know, Gregory might have his website built. He might have all of his social media platforms. He's pumping out content to his blog. He's sending it out to all this different stuff. And he needs maybe a brochure. So I can jump in right there. Well, I'll get to that. Okay, so the way we operate with, and this is kind of what Mike had wanted me to speak of. The way we operate with social, you can't just have a Facebook account and be sending out, pumping out a little bit of content here and a little bit there and posting and yada, yada, yada. It's gotta be more, there's gotta be more thought to it and repetition too, and frequency. But also too, it's gotta be valuable. You know what I mean? You can't just put out fluff on the internet. Anybody can do that. It's gotta have some value to somebody that sees it. Because there's different algorithms that, so say Gregory sets up his company Facebook and he adds his mom and his dad and they like the page and yada, 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 and his dad's got 1,000 friends. And Gregory puts out a piece of content on like a new video he did for a musician. What do you think the odds of his dad seeing that video? Probably not great if he's got 1,000 friends, okay? There's different ways that you can post that out there. Hey, you need to grow your audience. You need to grow your audience of people on here. Think of it as roads. You need to grow your audience to as many people as possible, okay? That would use your service, if applicable. I mean, like, you don't want to be adding people in Nigeria.
Yeah.
If you own a pressure washing company here in South Bend.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's not really applicable. Through these social media platforms, this is really what you need to learn. There's two different ways that people are going to see your stuff. There's organic. Now that's the organic algorithm that, and this goes for websites too and SEO. I can talk for days on SEO. There's different algorithms that basically say, okay, Gregory's video is cool, but how cool is it? Or how relevant is it that his dad sees it in his feed? Might not be. So, or his dad might have like 1 million friends and it's just gonna get buried. So with that being said, you need to be thinking of, we need to find other people than your dad looking at your Facebook, okay? You grow the audience so you've got more of a mass, a giant mass of people that can kind of see your stuff. Now there's content, you know, the content is think of it as like a mousetrap. Content is the bait, and the mousetrap is basically going to be like trying to catch them or like trying to get it pushed into their algorithm. So anyways, long story short, and I don't want to like go into this, but the whole idea with, we believe that content marketing should start on the website, okay? It could be like an About Us page that you copy and paste the link, put it on your company's page, write a clever headline. Hey, just launched my website, check out our About Us page. It could be a new product. It could be a new video. It could be, I'm thinking in terms of Gregory here. It could be a new technology that's applicable that Gregory's using. It could be Gregory's new camera that he bought. You can go ham, you can go crazy on content creation. But you want to basically bring them back to the website because you're going to be fighting those algorithms. Once you pull them back into the boat, hey, that fish is in the boat. All you got to do is you got to take the sucker off the hook, get it filleted, and cook it up. If you can pull them off of these platforms, you're not fighting that algorithm. You've got it. Now another big thing on websites is call to actions. Okay, cool, they're in the boat. What do you want them to do? You could put out a piece of content, like Gregory puts out, hey, here's my new camera. That's cool. But you have to have a call to action. You need to tell them what to do. You need to say, click here to schedule a free consultation. You need to tell your audience what to do. So, how are we doing with that?
Got 2 minutes.
Oh, geez. Talk. Anyways. You want to use social to kind of get everything out there. I'm going to fly through the rest of it. Okay. So use social to kind of bring them back into the boat, okay? Then we move on to print collateral. Public relations. And marketing. So basically, we can work with every different client anywhere on this path. Hopefully, this leads to success. If you're doing all of this stuff, think of it like as marketing as like tools to go into battle. You know what I mean? You want to basically arm yourself with a good brand, a good website, a good social. You're trying to use social to try and bring them back to the boat. Print collateral is another thing. As much as I started my career in traditional media, it's not dead. Yeah. People still watch TV. They do. It's shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. There's new products. There's all sorts of like new products coming out daily as far as tech. Public relations is another good one. Writing a press release. If you're doing something newsworthy, either write a press release and get it to local media. If it's a good enough news story, or maybe it's a light news week that week, they'll pick it up and maybe do a feature on it. If you're doing something cool. Another thing too, tie yourself, find a mission, find non-for-profits, give back. When I sobered up, what's funny is you sober up, you start a company, and people start asking you for advice and to sit on that board. And I'm like, you want me? You know what I mean? I'm like, really? And so you want to give back. You want to volunteer your time. You want to tie it to something where your heart is, and give back, and maybe help that company with what they do, or that non-for-profit with what they do. And that also can lead into public relations work. Marketing. Like I said, some of the stuff that you can do there is direct mail, brochures, rack cards, all of that stuff. So
what's the print collateral? I was thinking that was the direct mail.
print collateral can be brochures, anything like that. Where's my? If you guys need anything,
Sure do.
I'm here to help. And I always tell clients, and prospective clients, advice is always free. I love crazy ideas. If you guys got a crazy idea, and you guys all had a crazy idea starting this business, I'd love to hear about it. And I always tell clients, advice is always free. If I can help, my job here as a human is to help people. And that should be too. What you got?
Yes.
I did. I got a ton of them.
Like one, please.
Yeah. But anyways, you guys, thank you for letting me talk.
Don't pass it by, please, don't pass.
So, big thanks to Doug for joining us today. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. We're gonna on this topic, we're gonna follow up with you because there's a lot more on social media.
I know you.
What do you use Instagram for? What do you use Facebook for? What do you use TikTok for? So we will follow up with you with more detail on strategies and how much to post and do blogs and that kind of stuff.